Everything was okay. What's it?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5:30, and I'll call this regular work session of the Burnsville City Council to order. I just want to remind everyone that this is a hybrid meeting, and we are in person and also online, and that Councilmember Keeley is absent today. Those who are online can join us at burnsville.gov/meetings, or you can watch us on channel 16 or 859. The public can also participate through Zoom by joining us at zoom.us/join. And if you want all of the information about tonight's meeting, you can go to our webpage and go to the council agenda packet. So, this is a work session, and everything that we do here at our work session, we go directly to the agenda. The first item on the agenda is the Phase 3 project update for City Hall, Police, Maintenance Facility, and Fire Station 2. City Manager Lindberg, do you have any opening remarks before I recognize Garrett Beck, our Parks and Recreational Facilities Director? Do you?
Nothing much, Madam Mayor. I would just say that this update tonight is the culmination of quite a bit of work from our entire leadership team, which has served as the core project team for the City Hall Police maintenance side of things, as well as some additional fire staff who've been part of the Fire Station 2 project. So looking forward to giving you all an update tonight, and then really what we're asking for is certainly your feedback, any additional information that you need, and by the end of the evening, hopefully some prioritization of what projects you might want us to take an additional look at as we move forward.
Thank you. Garrett,
Right.
you're on deck.
Thank you. Good evening,
You're the
Madam
lead
Mayor.
on these facilities projects.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the council, Madam Mayor. Tonight, we have the privilege to talk about our Phase 3 facility space study. This is update number 2 in the series. I believe back in April, we had the opportunity to share with council what the process was going to look like and introduce our consultants. BKV was hired to help us work with City Hall Police and the maintenance facility, and then we'll be introducing CNH later, who we worked with on Fire Station number 2. A little bit about our program tonight. We'll talk about the purpose of the space study. There's some general information that is worth sharing, and then I'll be turning it over to our consultant, BKV, and Susan Morgan, and she will take us through where we're at to date. And then we will, as I mentioned, hand it off to CNH, and Quinn Hudson will be working with us on that. So a little bit about the purpose of a space study. One of the benefits right off the bat is we have a chance to bring in professionals to take a look at the existing structures of our buildings, the bones, the HVACs, and all of our different operating systems to get the most up-to-date understanding of the health of the buildings, where they're at, which helps us with CIP planning and things like that. From there, we asked our consultants to take a look at what do they perceive to be deficiencies for the buildings. We asked them, or we basically went into it with no assumptions. We did not share with them, hey, this is what we're trying to get out of it. We wanted them to come in to the next point, work with staff, and learn what we do, compare that to what they are used to seeing out. The 2 firms that we hire do numerous projects, not only within the state, but out of the state as well. And so they understand operations of city services and things like that. And so once they learn that, to let us know what they think deficiencies are, if there are any at all. And then from there, work within the parameters that we've set based on what our facilities are like, and to help us understand what some high-level short-term and long-term solutions are. So in a space study like this, we're not getting into the nitty-gritty details to fully understand. There are pre-studies before you go into design that could help us get closer to that. And then actually, when you get into the design phase, that's when you really start to get some understandings. But, middle stages could involve soil borings and look at watershed situations and things like that generally don't happen in these types of studies. So that's why I point out that, this gets us about 85% to 95% of the information. And this is a snapshot in time. There's always new information that comes in. It could be tomorrow, it could be 2 years from now, there could be things that happen in society that cause services to change, whatever. So these are fluid things, but we try to give you the best snapshot of where we're at right now today as of July 12th. Once all that is put together, our architects will look at cost estimates for solutions. Again, we'll hear about how the 20-year average on a cost estimate is about 4%. Some of those years, it is an 8% increase. Some years it might be a 20% increase. Some years it might be a 0% increase or a decline, right? So there is no magical number or process. And again, these are our best guesses based on the systems and the processes they use. And then again, at the end of the night, we get to have this conversation, share what we've learned with council, and that gives us the opportunity to start to prioritize things, determine if there's a need for additional information that you'd like to learn more about and whatnot. So that is our goal for this evening on all 4 of the facilities. Some general information. We know up front that our buildings were built in the late 80s and early 90s, and we know that our services and expectations of the community have changed over that time. And because of that, that's kind of what started to stimulate, it's not uncommon for cities with buildings at this age to start looking at some of these things. So we have some complex studies going on here. I will point out that BKV's process and expectations are more challenging than CNH's. And that doesn't mean CNH's were easy, but CNH went through this process already with us. They know our fire department in and out. And before they started the study from our previous project, they know what we like, and they delivered a great Fire Station 1 project. So they came in ahead of anyone else, and that's part of the reasons why we selected them, because we enjoyed working with them. They know our operations. BKV was brand new. They basically had to learn every department other than fire that we have, and they had to look at 3 separate facilities and all the operations and things that go into that. So that isn't anything other than just information sharing, that the process takes a little bit longer for the City Hall police and maintenance portion of it than it did for the Fire Station 2 point to get to where we are today. Oops. Existing building conditions, we have, overall, we have pretty good, healthy buildings. Our maintenance facility is probably, it's not terrible. It's just the type of service and the wear and tear that takes place out there has that one at a little lower level than the other 3 facilities. But nonetheless, they're well maintained and taken care of. We have situations that you're going to hear about today where CNH and BKV have identified that we have existing needs. There are suggestions that we have future growth to look at over the next 20 years, and at the same time we have site limitations on all 4 of the buildings. All 3 locations we find ourselves landlocked, and so as a result, when it comes time to come up with solutions, you either look at staying on the existing site and look at what your compromises are as you try to satisfy your needs, or you have to look at is there a better property to be looking at that we should consider. And then the final thing that is worth pointing out right off the bat is as we started to understand what our needs are and the scope of the needs on the City Hall police side of things, it became evident that because of the landlocked situation that we're in and where the barriers are around the city hall property and police property, it became necessary that any solution that would involve satisfying the police needs had to move into the city hall spaces. And as a result, to compensate for that, we had the opportunity to expand City Hall out the back of the building, which is really the primary spot where we have the ability to expand in this at this campus. So with that, you don't have to listen to me anymore. I'm going to turn it over to Susan with BKV, and she's going to take you through the findings that we have to date here for this project.
Welcome, Susan.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, Council. There's a lot of information to share, and I know that these get to be long meetings, but please feel free at any point to jump in with questions. There's no question too big or too small or out of left field, so please feel free at any point to kind of jump in. As Garrett has mentioned, it's been incredibly informative for us in this process, and a study like this really wants to be, as we mentioned to you last time, an objective tool, right? It isn't just your staff telling you what you need. You hire an outside consultant that can provide some benchmarking to other municipalities, other facilities. In our information gathering and development, we did include both some really detailed facility assessments. We've been on your roofs, we've been in your IT closets, we've looked at every single storage closet imaginable, thanks to the wonderful staff in each facility. We combined that review of the facilities as physical resources with conversations with both department leads and with every staff member that we could get to attend our listening sessions. And that is a really incredibly valuable opportunity to understand how your staff directly provide their service and the ways in which, if at all, your facilities impact operations, workflow, collaboration, even things such as morale and wellness. And we get into conversations about hiring and retention and to what extent does a facility impact that. So that's another piece. From all of that information gathering, we then began to develop the SPACE program as a spreadsheet matrix, and this is idealized. And by that, I mean to say that we provide working both from your space standards for your offices and workspaces, right? Every workstation is an X or a Y, every office is an A, B, or C. And then from industry best practices. So if we're looking at a training room that serves 50, there's a size that room ideally is, and we give it that size in the SPACE program. The output of that is a recommendation both by department and space type, the quantity of spaces that you need and the sizes that they should be. That also includes, so that, if you're somebody who loves the numbers, that is your net square footage or your net assignable square footage. We also then provide a grossing factor, and for us, that's the additional square footage that accounts for your corridors, your stairs, your elevators, bathrooms, etc. So that output then is how much space you would need if you were going to build a facility, and I say this very specifically, if you were going to build a facility that was optimized, right? And so for a lot of places, the most efficient building is a one-story building because you don't have additional stairs and elevators, right? When we take that idealized, recommended, on-paper, round number program, and we start to pull it into our test fits, those numbers need to move a little bit. And for instance, in each of these facilities, we're trying to then take those program needs and fit them into a boundary to work with them around existing corridors and existing pathways. And you end up finding that you need a little bit more elbow room to make things fit. And so we'll see that a little bit later, but I think that contextualizes sort of our process overall. Any questions before I move on?
Just keep going. We're listening.
Sounds good.
Because there will be questions. I've already read your executive summary,
Right.
so.
Perfect. We'll keep going then. So facility basics, I think I'll be very light on this as Garrett really covered this. Your facilities are of an age where they represent a very different era in-service delivery. That's for each of the departments. There's been changes in public works, there's been changes for police, there's been changes even administratively for how you provide general administrative services to your public. So that's kind of one piece. The other piece is that your buildings and systems are reaching end of life. You're already in a process of replacing some of your windows. Your capital improvements plan already identifies investments in things like replacement of main mechanical equipment and continued investment in technology. A couple of things to point out for each of these. So as we've noted, City Hall is 2 stories. It's connected to police. That's an opportunity that we draw on with our recommendations. Police is also a 2-story facility. It's connected to City Hall. It is also landlocked in ways that are different than City Hall. So a little bit on every side, right? One short end touches City Hall. The other short end faces our water pump station and the underground retention tank. To the other side, you're adjacent to a driveway and some more stormwater management, and the other side is Civic Center Drive. So you've done a really good job of fitting in that space, but there are some limitations that we come up against when we look at a 20-year projection. Maintenance is somewhere sort of in between the two, which is to say the sight lines, the property is defined. You have other property owners on 3 sides. You've got the highway on the other side. That space has a bit more capacity at this point to allow for some growth, and you'll see that in the recommendations. As with both projects, we are drawing on the city's guiding principles, and so as we take you through what for our team is going to be a look at City Hall and police sort of together because they became interrelated, and then maintenance, we're going to use these as a barometer for an evaluation of the existing facilities and then an evaluation of our recommended strategies. And hopefully this helps contextualize to what extent our recommendations get us to your 20-year goals. So with that, we're using tonight, and hopefully this helps because it's always tough and slightly boring to read too much text on slides, tags here that are either good, fair, or poor. And so that will allow you a little bit of a quick skim of the information. We also have detailed then backup. If something is identified as good, either in the existing or the proposed condition, it reasonably embodies your guiding principles, and it has an opportunity to embody that specific guiding principle or its underlying intent. This also means that there are few to no impediments or constraints that allow us to achieve that. So it is achievable. With something that is fair, right, it's in the middle. There are ways in which we can achieve or start to achieve the guiding principle, and there's a point where we meet some resistance or a limitation in capacity. For areas that are identified as poor, the facility doesn't embody the guiding principle, and there may be some reasons why that is the case. So hopefully this is a way for us with each of the principles to understand kind of across the board how things rate and how they fare. So starting with City Hall, and we could have added even a modifier at the top. This is about the existing facility. So the one we're in today and the configuration that it is in today. From the standpoint of being welcoming to the community, the answer is you do a reasonable job. The facility does a reasonable job. You have clear site access. You have fairly generous parking compared to some facilities. Some of the downsides are the inside isn't as welcoming to the public, and we even heard that through some of the approach to engagement that we provided in this project. Public space is somewhat limited, and oftentimes we see that in 2-story facilities that can be a flag. In this case, that both impacts the public's ability to kind of know where they're going to some of those event spaces, but it's also a safety issue. So when you have that many levels or multiple levels with areas that are out of line of sight of staff, that's a potential safety issue. Functional and flexible. So we identified this as poor because there are a lot of fixed elements that are really constraining your ability, and one example I'll give is we spoke with a few different administrative departments, and as they've grown, there isn't space for the staff to be with their department. So they're around a corner, around the edge, and somewhere else, right? In a facility that's flexible, there's enough capacity to add one more person and to not have to provide that separation. Some of those fixed elements, and you'll see this sort of come up in some of our recommendations also, the council chambers, actually, its location and its proximity to your current service counter are one of the reasons why that service counter is parallel to your line of access and your line of entry. Most commonly, you see that perpendicular so that whenever you come in, there's at least that facial recognition that you get, if not a greeting. For efficient and effective, for today, considering the building when it was built and the operations for how you provide them today, it isn't quite working. And I know that that's sort of challenging because we do want to acknowledge your staff do a great job. The way that they provide service, the way that they've adapted, for instance, with the permits counter, right? You are doing everything you can to use your facilities, but they are actually limiting your ability to provide service. They're limiting your ability to have some key adjacencies between departments that work together. And there are some impacts because you don't have capacity for growth. And we'll see that that's actually an immediate need. Not just a projected need. I'm going to kind of move through these because I know we have more to cover. So with sustainable, healthy, and safe, those are all fair. Those are categories where, again, there are some real positives, right? You have efficient glazing. You have really good effective exterior envelope. Right now, the building, though, is designed for old ways of providing thermal comfort. So it has the lowest number of zones possible, which means the person who sits by the window that gets hot turns it on and the person 2 feet away is freezing, right? We just provide more zones today, right? So that's one example. For healthy and safe, the building actually is 2 stories. It makes you move. So in one way, that's considered healthy. From the point of safety, there are defined public and staff spaces, right? That limitation to the offices is something that we all recognize, but that's actually also a downside. And for instance, right now, there's limited capacity to provide facility lockdown. Fiscally responsible, I think, as Garrett noted, for each of the 3 facilities, our identification is that, things are good. You maintain your buildings well. You take care of them. They are in as great a condition as they can be for facilities of their age and for their use. This is also a responsible project. This is a valuable time as you move ahead with planning both for your capital improvements and for capital projects to make the right decisions, to make decisions that don't just solve problems for now, but help you solve the challenges and the needs to come. So as we looked at the facility as an outgrowth of both the site assessment and the program assessment, and you'll see this similar setup for each of the 3 facilities, we identify the program square footages at the top. In the middle, you're seeing the space deficiencies, and that is the delta between the existing square footage and the projected square footage. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see key priorities. So for all 3 buildings, you're going to see red numbers for the space deficiency, which is even for today, the size of the existing building versus the operations you're fitting into it. Everyone needs a bit more space. That's in some ways a staff issue. In some ways, it's an operations and a workflow issue. In other ways, it's the support spaces necessary to execute your work according to current regulations or best practices. When we look to that 15-year mark, that grows. Part of your organizational analysis study was looking at your staffing. Every single department is growing in their own ways. Some are gaining more bodies. Some are still gaining, but in smaller ways. And so as we look that far out, everyone needs to grow and adapt. Goals within this facility may be really distinct from each of the other 2, which is this is both a place that people work, and it's a place where there's a heavy amount of service provided to the public. Those are two distinct needs, and a facility that supports those needs to have different kinds of attributes. We are interested, this is an identified home of the city of Burnsville. So priority for us is how can we make this facility adaptable and useful long-term. We do want to make sure that we're addressing each of the key deficiencies, whether items that we've heard about code and regulatory compliance, whether it's issues of meeting space, sustainability, or health. As mentioned before, there was a moment where we realized that there was an opportunity to take advantage of the current connection of police and City Hall. Right now, it's almost a hard connection, right? There's a door at each level. And so they're almost two separate buildings. And where we kind of head with this is if we understand that they are actually connected buildings, and there are code reasons why we'll probably have a fire door that ultimately separates them, but that there is this opportunity to take advantage and to be able to address some of the space needs of police through an accommodation within the footprint of the City Hall facility. So then here, the initial sort of grading chart for the police department, again, existing facility. Here, the areas where there are pluses and minuses are welcoming to the community, which reflects your recent investment in the public lobby, which is a really valuable and impactful transformation. Being efficient and effective, sustainable and fiscally responsible. In each of those areas, the building is supporting operations to a limit. And this is one case where there has been such a tide change in operations. The nature of what it means to be a police officer, what it means to be a department, the fact that you don't just have sworn officers, but that you also have community service officers and other representatives in the building. That just didn't exist 20 years ago, right? And so that need and that understanding really has changed. And so that's why when we identify functional and flexible, that one is identified as poor, which is you're at capacity in almost every way right now, for staff, for vehicles. And right now the building doesn't accommodate a few space types that we would put into any brand new police facility. In the same way that you became aware with the detailed requirements of fire stations and the training and the support spaces that are there for both health and wellness. The same is true of police. They have their own distinct needs and there are best practices that currently can't be met within the facility. And that kind of ties in, we've identified that as an issue of health as well. So the fact that there is no space to accommodate wellness and training in the ways that we would like or the ways that are beneficial is a real deficiency. I know we would like to see more green to start, but we're here to be transparent. And so the area where the building rates as good is that it does have defined public and staff spaces. So your ability to control access is good. And so that is something that we can build on, and it's important to recognize. So with police, you're seeing a much more immediate pressure program-wise. So that deficiency for today is a 12,000 square foot deficiency in a building that's currently 51,000 square feet. That projected growth need kind of doubles in time. And that is relative to staff increases, because if you think of the today needs as addressing some of those foundational space types that you don't currently have, that's kind of one piece. Over the long term, there's going to continue to be an evolution in your service and the department and staffing and vehicles. And so your fleet study has identified an increase in vehicles, organizational study identifies an increase in staff. So that's where you see that growth over time. Our goal is, this is maybe a good time to point it out, Garrett, you had mentioned that, our two studies are slightly different. Within the City Hall Police and Maintenance study, there was a point with our core team, the representatives from each of the departments, where we had conversations about to what extent do you want us to walk you through what it might mean to leave this site, and to what extent should we focus our energies on what you can do best with the facilities you have. And through a robust discussion where multiple voices were chiming in, the conversation was help us understand how to use the facilities and the properties that we have, right? And that speaks a little bit to that notion of fiscal responsibility. The most effective building you have is the one that already exists. And so that really became our team's focus, which was to look at each of the sites to try and understand to what extent we could accommodate expansions. To what extent could we take a fresh look within the walls of each facility to accommodate some of those uses? And in the case of City Hall and police, by removing the assumption that police had to remain in their footprint and to think of it as a City Hall building and a police building, to simply think of it as a municipal facility that houses both City Hall and police, that allowed us to address more closely and to approximate the police needs. And I think, as Garrett mentioned, there are limitations to that assumption, right? Because there are capacity and constraints on the sites and the buildings, we can't accommodate 100% of the recommended square footages for City Hall, for police, or for Public Works, and we'll come to that, yes.
Yeah, Vince?
Thank you. Susan, at what point does it just make more sense to just build new than to keep retrofitting an existing building?
So, great question, and it is one that I may even have Tim Kittela from Kraus Anderson, who's our construction manager, cost estimator, and assessor.
I didn't mean to get ahead of you.
No, this is perfect, and I think useful because it helps kind of put that information in your minds as we move ahead. There are a couple of different considerations that come into whether or not you stay and invest or move on. One of those, especially with urban and suburban communities, is do you have anywhere else to go? And that's a question which is either, are there a number of spaces that are either underutilized, empty, or on the market? And or are there areas where you believe you could be more effectively placed within the community? Specifically for things like police and fire, we always want to make sure that we are mindful about locations that allow for meeting response time goals. So there's, especially if you wanted to keep police and City Hall together, that would start to kind of shape where you might fit within a community. The next is maybe a more challenging consideration, because there is a point at which sometimes, on paper, building new costs less than renovating. And that can be seductive when you see it on paper. But there's a lot that goes along with that. As I mentioned, kind of starting out, that notion of the site selection can be particularly challenging. There can be a perception on the public side that even if the number is lower, there's a perception that you're not being responsible with the resources that exist. And that's a different sort of a consideration. There's also a moment where in a study like this, the question is how much growth can be accommodated. Sometimes in a study, when we hit the programs and we take a look at the capacity that a site has or an existing facility has, even with an addition, we can sometimes maybe only hit a 5-year goal or 10-year goal. And that suggests you're probably not going to put in a multi-million-dollar investment to a building that just won't serve you that long.
Feels like we just did that with the Burnsville Police Station. But we were at 4 years, and we got one green box on that list.
We spent $14 million.
And that's if I can park that for a moment, I will
Didn't mean to get ahead of you there.
I will come back to that. What I want to note is that with the 3 facilities, police, city hall, and maintenance. Our projection is that we believe that you can, and I'm specifically using the word approximate, your 20-year goals with these facilities. We identify that that is an approximation. We don't hit 100% of the space goals because of the constraints. And we've also identified that when we hit that 20-year mark, at this point, with our understanding and our projections of space needs, we don't necessarily believe that there's capacity beyond that, if growth is what happens at that time. Now, with that said, we have been in a period within each of our careers where municipalities have been growing. Population has been increasing, density has been increasing. To what extent is that going to continue at the same rate in the next 20 years? Right now, Minnesota's population increases are starting to level out and to match national averages. Subject to municipality, you're actually starting to see individual municipalities, their growth being slightly lower than state averages. And so you're not having that same incremental increase, which then drives a need for a service increase. And so that needs to be a part of that conversation, because the question is, right now, because we're in that growth and because there are those deficiencies from kind of where you are, if we can address 20, is it going to keep increasing? Is it going to be more moderate? And there is also a limitation to our ability to predict, and there's a reason why we kind of cap at 20. I wasn't a part of the police study. I'm going to say something limited, and if there are those who are involved who'd like to chime in, I'm going to invite you to. What I will note is that we often recommend a study like this, which is holistic, not just of a single facility, but of all facilities together, in a way that allows you to look long-term, as beneficial before key investments. Now, as it happens, you hit some needs. There was a project that needed to be implemented to address some needs. You made that investment. We're able to build on that. We're able to still leverage and utilize those resources. What we've learned now allows you to kind of look to the future, and hopefully it also contextualizes beyond simply the needs for police per se, but understanding that each of your municipal departments need an investment that allows for that adaptability. And I will just say that there are some times when we look a little too short, and it's important to look long. And we're at a point where there's been a lot of useful conversations and analysis. We've learned a lot from this process, and it allows us to take a look at our recommendations, to come to a place where we understand, and this was maybe something I'm not sure if you even looked at in your last study. We hadn't looked at it to start, which was, what if police moves into City Hall? That was actually sort of an off-the-wall question that we asked as a core team and that police asked us to consider, right? The fact, and that's why we have a study like this, is to ask a big question in unique ways and to have the space and time to consider it. So that is perhaps as much as I can say, not having been a part of that process.
Well, I've been a part of that process, and we're not going to go down that road anymore. We have a very successful process with Fire Station 1. And it was an excellent process, and no one has been disappointed with the result of that product. Not myself or any of the council members, not staff, not members of the community. Police was a different thing, and that was a painful experience. And I'm not going to go down that road. It's cost us now that we have to go back and fix police because it wasn't done right. So we're going to fix it. And I can't have the community shoulder the cost of the mistakes that were made. So when we look, Councilmember Workman, at whether we relocate, oh my God, do you understand what the kickback is going to be from the community after 2018 when we built police out?
Well, here, excuse me. Here was my thought. I think Greg and I talked about this when this first came up. If I had a wish list on how all this would look, is we would kick the police station across the street to the old shop. That building's 32 years old. And then we have all this room in PD to stretch our legs for City Hall, which would mitigate the costs. I'm not a engineer by any means, but Mile High, that was my, that was kind of my creative thought when we first started this conversation, or at least when Greg and I were in his office talking about it.
Yeah.
Mayor and Council, I would say that with the help of BKV and CNH, staff has very much prioritized and heard from you that our guiding principles are our starting point, right? And we did our best with our partners, with our consultants, to assemble information in an unedited and informed way to get you the information that you need to make policy decisions about what, if anything, we do in terms of capital projects moving forward. We've reached a time, and frankly, we spent a lot of time even this weekend talking with Susan, her team, the leadership team about making sure that really we were accomplishing two things. That first, you were getting the unfettered information from our consultants. We hired them to do work, and even though some of that might be operationally, politically, or community challenged, that we were going to give you that information, and that it was important to us that as a leadership team, we were unified around how the needs were reflected to you. Said another way, that we all have departmental priorities, we all have perspectives. At the end of the day, we're one organization best serving the needs and the interests of our community, and that we weren't going to, learning from both past mistakes and past successes, that we weren't going to edit that information. We hired
Thank you,
experts for a reason.
Because they were edited for me, and I did not like that.
And I said this to our leadership team on Wednesday or on Monday. I recognize that that leads to some challenging questions. And again, my priority was to get you the information,
Yep.
and then ultimately ask you, what if any priorities do you have for future work and future exploration? Several of us have talked about different ideas. Vince, absolutely. You and I talked about that concept. We've stopped short of those types of concepts at this point in time in the study. Going back to what Garrett had said, we're 85% kind of into our needs right now. And I felt that it was important that we get you what we have in terms of an update tonight and seek a little bit more direction before we got over our skis from a staff or an operations perspective. It really feels, said another way, maybe more simply, that we need some policy direction from you, and that's really why we're here tonight.
I want
I
to clarify,
think it
I'm
was
not
very-
sitting here recommending we tear down the maintenance shop and build a new police station right now. But if we're playing in the sandbox,
Yep.
that
It's
would
a
be
very nice, innovative, and
ideal-
creative solution.
right.
The
There's an
thing is,
election
it's,
going on right now.
yeah. I'm going to go to Garrett and then Kara.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, just want to touch on Councilmember Workman's question about, I had the privilege to be part of the police project back in 2016 through 2018. And one of the things I led off with tonight was we went into this with no assumptions. And to me, that was an absolute priority that had to happen because that's what we did with the fire station, and that's what we did with this project. In that project back in 2016, some of the results were already written for us. There were parameters in place, and we were not to exceed those parameters, and that was made very clear. And so I believe we had some very glaring needs in the police project, and we met those needs within the parameters, but we were not able to accomplish all of the needs. So that was one thing. Two other things, since that time, we've done a staffing study. Council and city staff didn't, the request was there by some, but we did not have an appetite for a staffing study at that point. So staffing studies have changed the needs of the police department. And we also have had significant change in policing on how we do business since 2016. And so that has also added, how BKV was building police stations back in 2016 is different than how they're doing them now, right? So there were definitely some things that we could have done better. We have discussed them ad nausea, and we have committed to not making those mistakes again. And that's why I told Greg tonight, I'm like, I've never felt more comfortable coming before council, being able and willing to share everything that we know, holding nothing back, so that at least you know exactly what we know, so that we can have priorities and understand what we should be getting more information about if it's needed, or where we should be going if we're ready to make that decision. So we're in a much better place, and a lot of it has to do with the leadership, both at the council level and at management, to make us have the ability to ask these questions, have these discussions, and not feel like we have to guess or pick and choose what we're allowed to share. So I hope
And
that
I
helps.
thank you for saying that, because, and I thank you, Greg, for your leadership, because there was a lot of muzzling of staff back then,
There was definitely some.
to the point where I have to write an email after 2 verbal requests on the study and not receive it. And then the 3rd time around, I had to write an email and then CC the city attorney and CC the council members. So please understand, and to the chief, you were captain at that time, but you were part of the of understanding some of the process, but not part of the team. But Chief BJ, you were part of that team. That was a painful experience. We're not going down that road anymore. And so I'm glad to know from you, Garrett, that you're feeling comfortable with this. Police didn't have the opportunity to talk about all of the things that were needed. And now we are stuck with what we have, and we have to fix it, and we're going to fix it. Kara, you had your hand up.
Yes. So when you were looking at different solutions, especially with police, and I do understand that you're looking at police and city hall not as separate buildings, but as a building. When you were going through that and looking at that, did you also examine how police and fire station 2 could work together? Because our situation is very unique. It's not like a lot of other cities. And did you examine that? And if so, what did you come up with?
So the exploration of a potential pairing of headquarters for police or the police department in total with Fire Station 2 is not something that the team has looked at to date. I think that example is, again, as an outgrowth of a study like this, might be a next step if that's something that you would like to explore. Our projects were a little bit separate, and I don't know, Greg or Garrett, if you have a little bit more context for that.
Yeah.
I would go back to reiterate what Garrett has said. Councilmember Schultz, they are ideas that from a staff perspective, operationally, we've sat in rooms and talked about as a leadership team. We didn't want to make assumptions at this point in time with the direction that we had, essentially to assess our needs from a square footage perspective and respect each of the guiding principles in doing that work. We felt that we needed at this point in time some direction from you, whether or not that would be a policy direction that you would like to see us go in future study. Said more simply, we recognize that additional architecture and engineering work is going to have to go in to even understanding our needs before we would start drawing plans or looking at a capital project.
But at the other point, I would say we're not, as the mayor and council members, we're not industry specialists, and we don't know all of the needs that police have, just as we didn't know everything that fire and paramedics had. I mean, with what they put in place, I'm surprised with all of the things that we didn't know about. But because I've been so involved with what happened to police, I do know that there's deficient in so many ways because they were locked and they were muzzled without our understanding. So I think if we're going to look at something like that, Councilmember Schultz, I want to understand whether police and fire would see that as a doable functionality. Right now, we have something that could work. We have space to the north and space to the east, but we also need some innovative engineers. Don't tell me it can't be done, because I've seen it across the country where things can be done, and I've seen it at Fire Station 1 when we took a property with a hill, and then they reconfigured that property and put a building in there after lowering it 20, how many square foot did you have to?
15 feet.
15 feet?
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, I was in the ballpark. Okay,
If I may follow up.
yeah.
The reason why I ask is because in looking at some other areas that are looking at redesigns, especially with how police is changing. So their behavioral health units are pairing up with their EMS units. And so they are, they're dispersed at the fire stations. And then for some of the wellness and that type of thing, they're combining their police and fire together so that they're training together, having that wellness together and that type of thing. So less asking if we move all of it to Fire Station 2 and more asking if this is something that we get ahead of and start incorporating in these designs.
That's a great question. Thank you very much, Council Member. And even from what's been raised right now, these are exactly the kind of conversations we have as a result of a study, is for you each to feel that you have information that allows you to think about things in new ways, right? Oftentimes at the end of a study, we've gone through a process, there's been a direction to what and how we focus and investigate. We often end up with a portion of our report that includes some guidance for what a council might do next, right? Additional considerations, additional understandings. We're at a point between the two projects that we currently understand their space needs in separation, right? You now have the information, and any team that you might want to work with has the information to explore a potential combination. We've worked with a couple of different municipalities where co-location into a single public safety building is beneficial. The exploration of whether or not the maintenance site is useful is a question that we asked ourselves and opened things up to. And so what I might note, and it's for your consideration, is which, if any of these explorations, would you want to add to or expand to the current work that our teams are providing? And which of these do you want to provide as a list and a guide to yourselves for something that comes next, that comes after, with all of the information that's available? So maybe that gives just a little bit of context. And certainly I think, Council Member, as you noted, there can be some space efficiencies as you look at a combined public safety building in terms of shared vehicle garage and otherwise, with training spaces, wellness, and otherwise. The scale of that is, again, something we would want to consider. So even as I responded to your current question, there's a difference between Fire Station 2 as it stands alone, and if you end up with a bit more elbow room either for a portion of police services or if you were moving entirely. And I think one thing also that we should note is that a study like this, which is really grounded around the facilities, right, the buildings as objects as resources, starts to draw in from the organizational analysis. We learn about your considerations of staffing and projections. We learn a little bit about projected operational changes, right? And so it starts to be a little bit about buildings, a little bit about operations, a little bit about people, and I think, as has been noted, there is a lot that we are now able to kind of bring together. If I use an analogy, right, we had a lot of different ingredients. You as the city had a lot of different ingredients. Our study brings it together into a dish. Now you get to decide what happens next, right? You get to decide whether or not you're adding something to it. You get to decide if you're adding other plates to the table. I think it may be beneficial for conversation to keep going, if that makes sense. To carry this on, it may allow some other questions to come up. I know that we have folks who are taking notes, so everything that we're discussing, we will continue to take back to our core team as we reflect the conversation that we've had with you tonight.
Why don't we have you continue with your presentation? Because you haven't gotten into City Hall, we're looking at police, but.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So we already, I think, teased things here, which is as a result of dialogue with the core team, the initial exploration was how and to what extent can we accommodate 20-year needs for City Hall and police on this site. For us, that included expansions of construction in 3 different areas. Expanding the garage at police, and we know that that was studied a little bit earlier and would need more detailed review by a civil engineer. You've got some topography coming in, watershed that would want to be explored further, but there would be an efficiency in being able to extend that structure as it exists. There happens to be a 1-story portion of the building on police there, kind of on the top side as you look at the drawing. If we expand that as a 2nd-story construction, valuable square footage to recoup. And then really what serves us chiefly is to expand, as we call it, kind of to the back of the building, as you folks refer to it as the north of the building. And that is a 2-story addition. Again, at the stage of a study, we don't get into design, so there are no little inlets or no little bay windows yet or anything like that. It is, functional space that we're looking at. And from a cost perspective, we seek to be efficient and effective. And so, for instance, being able to take that police space, make it 2nd story is pretty efficient to kind of raise the walls from where they exist. With City Hall, to be able to provide the floor space at 1 level and the lower level, we're just bringing it up as kind of the same footprint in size. There were questions, and our team did exploring to the sides of City Hall. To one side, you have your kind of pond and wetland space, and for reasons both of code, stormwater management, and potential Minnesota B3 sustainability requirements, you actually can't pick up much growth in that direction. And so we found that it was more effective for us to explore to the back of the building. There was a moment, and thanks to the core team for working with us, we are now on option H out of the many versions that we have explored for the building, and earlier versions wrapped around to that left side where currently you've got a loading dock and staff space. That's a bit more challenging because you have a driveway, you have an outdoor chiller, which is a piece of mechanical equipment that needs air above it and around it. And so that possibility sort of still sits on the table in the future. But what I will note is once we come to our diagrams, there were some decisions we made about the inside that start to want to leave that edge open. So I think that kind of covers the general notes here. I will also say that we've had a conversation about homage and redevelopment of the front plaza, so that would be a part of the project and has been included in our cost estimations as well. You folks have probably seen diagrams from every single architect, and they all look different and they all use different techniques. What I will note in this case is that we've simplified the information for viewing on screen. The reason why you see a kind of Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat here is because we actually looked at the space needs of every single administrative department, and we looked at who they needed to be nearby for how work is performed, and also for the relationship to service counters. And so each of those different colors is a distinct department, and we are able to accommodate the departments for their projected 20-year needs, with also some additional capacity for adaptability, adding a staff member here or there, changing from a workstation to an office. That is kind of accommodated. 2 pieces that I will point out. The red dashed line to the top side of that is the addition to the building. And you will see that as we explored our options, the move that we felt made a substantive difference in allowing us to provide a more welcoming and inviting experience, and to ensure that we had more than just a sliver of space behind your service counter, which means that we can get the departments near and the bodies near the counters that actually meet with the public regularly, that we're shifting where the city council chambers are. This room does not exist in that plan. Behind us, through that curved wall, would become a new entry. So this allows you both, in the same way that police with their new entry feels a little bit more welcoming and inviting, has more presence, even as your small vestibule has, that kind of front can become a place where people can maybe see in and connect. The space that people would arrive into would be more gracious. And as you're seeing with the kind of, depending on which screen you're looking at, some version of pink or salmon, there's a little bent edge, and that is the service desk. So that you have the ability to walk in, not to feel like you have to look around for staff, but you have that direct line of sight to them. This also allows us more of an ability to manage safety. And we're also providing a little bit more openness with public meeting rooms, and those are kind of shaded in yellow. Yes?
Yeah.
So the public meeting rooms are in yellow, so they need to go,
Oh, pardon me. Is there a laser pointer?
Light yellow.
Light yellow. So next to the word lobby, where you see the pale yellow with stripes in it, if you can see stripes.
Got it, okay.
Yes, not the bright yellow. The bright yellow is a department, public does not go behind that
Right.
line. Yes.
Okay.
Wonderful
That-
question. Thank
that
you.
was a question.
It's all on the,
Got it.
yeah,
Okay.
public
get muddy on
facing, the
screens,
public
yeah.
facing space is light yellow.
Yeah, okay, so second question, I do get what you're saying about when people walk in, that little cut in gives them a little more line of sight. Yes, we want people when they walk in to be able to access the lobby and get help and all that kind of stuff. But I think equally important is when people walk into our building, they can see into council chambers immediately, and having it towards the front, because when we're going to, different trainings on how to make your council chambers more approachable, how do you get more people to come in, and we're even hearing things like, well, without windows, that makes people less likely to come in. If you have a door shut, less likely to come in. If it's so many steps they have to go further, less likely to go in. So I'm wondering why council chambers is back. Because that seems to go against what we've been told is actually, how you want your council chambers designed and placed.
And I think it would be great. And Greg, you and I talked about this, that we take some tours so we can see the different municipalities, their municipal buildings, and where their council chambers are located. So, because I had the same reaction you have, Councilmember Schultz. Then I started to research different city halls and where their council chambers were located. And they're all different.
Mm-hmm.
I think Fridley's is upstairs.
Yep.
That's god awful.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, please don't come.
Yeah.
Please don't come to our meeting.
And that's why.
We don't want you
and
there.
and that's why we're going to take.
Sorry, Fridley.
Yeah.
I'm trashing on you.
Yeah. So for us to take a look at a whole lot, take tours, just like we did when,
Yeah.
and get a sense, because I had the same reaction. If it's going to be in the back, I want people to have accessibility
Yeah.
to what our process is, because it is a transparent process, so.
Yeah.
But let's take a look. Greg?
Madam Mayor, absolutely. And there was a lot of robust discussion around council
Yeah, I
chambers.
bet.
Councilmember Schultz, and I share, I frankly share your perspective. And I would also say that I have learned a great deal about the challenges of trying to engineer space. And we have a uniquely shaped space that is uniquely positioned on the property to limit us from what I would say is full potential. And then that kind of goes back to some of where the core team and our partners kind of made the decision that we frankly need to get you some more information, get a little bit more direction. And I would absolutely agree with the mayor that should we get much further in a dialogue about what the city hall space should look like, that we need to get out there and start getting your perspective by looking at some facilities and kind of following Garrett's lead in how that best would be programmed into any next steps should we take them.
Yeah. Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, Garrett.
Councilmember Schultz, one of the things this might be a good time to point out, we had a little bit of community engagement in this project, but we didn't go full scale, right? One of the reasons why Susan referenced that those boxes kind of represent departments but there's no names on those departments, is because when you get to that next step, where things actually end up, that dive into final design and construction documents is a whole nother level, right? And so for this particular project, the most important thing is to determine, can we come up with the square footage and fit it within this box, right? And every one of these boxes can be moved around. One of the things about this particular design is we maintained the bathrooms that we just did, right? And when you start moving plumbing and so for all of the things that have been mentioned tonight, there's a solution, and the cost of those solutions will go up the more complex they are. Can we build more square footage on this property? Yes. It may involve knocking down the entire building and redoing the footings and everything like that to allow it, right? So there's always a solution, but we're exploring fiscally responsible solutions that meet the vast majority of our needs and help us to determine where we go next, if that makes sense.
And I would say, because one of the things that in your background, with what you're presenting to us, there is a cost that you've applied to all of this.
Yes.
And I've looked at that, and that's today's cost. That's not tomorrow's cost. Now, each time we're going to delay this and move to more and more work, you're telling us that it's going to be anywhere between 8% inflation rate, 6% inflation rate, maybe 4% if we're lucky. But right now, with everything that's going on in our economy, you're looking at an 8% inflation rate with what the cost that you're giving us this evening.
Yes.
So,
These are great.
And I'm not asking,
yeah,
to clarify,
Yeah.
I am not asking for more work. I am probably thinking of less, because I'll tell you, just like on my first glance, and I understand what you're doing with the lobby and the expansion and having those community rooms. But it's going to be a tough thing for me to look at a plan that sees council chambers shoved to the back and the side and say that that's a good use of space. So that is my feedback right now. I'm sure you have taken these boxes and arranged them 6 ways to Sunday. I do understand, yes, you don't want to move, anytime you move bathrooms, I get it. I completely get it. But that's an area of difficulty for me in looking at how we're trying to make this space work
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
adding on the back and that type of thing. So that is my initial feedback for what it's worth. To me, that's a red flag.
yeah.
Thank you.
And I get it, because as I looked at this the first time, right now, when you go to Egan, their reception room is here and then the council chambers is over here. So it's like, there's the lobby and where it says department office space is where the Egan council chambers are. So it's to the right rather than to the left. Yeah. So,
If I may, and we maybe didn't preface tonight in the right ways. This is exactly what we want to be hearing, right? This conversation is a part of this study and our development. What you see on screen is a result of the voices that have chimed in thus far, right? Those are voices of the department leads, the folks who work in the spaces, and you are key stakeholders. And so your perspective is a part of what we take into account. There has not been a municipal study that we've done where the diagrams haven't changed as a result of conversation with council. This is what we're here for. So I welcome the questions and the concerns. A couple of things that I would point out is that in any project, you have to weigh and balance the priorities. We can guide dialogue with the core team in one way. It's then also important for you as council members to weigh and balance the priorities. In this case, the conversation that got us to this version was about goals related to public service delivery and welcome and to efficiency on the side of operations. So on that scale, that weighed a little bit higher, right? If that proximity, the messaging of the placement of council is more important to you as a community, as Garrett has said, there's an option that explores that. One piece that I will point out, and it's sometimes difficult at this stage because we don't have those three-dimensional views. Currently, the space between the sidewall with the windows and your service counter is the space between one of those little dots, which is a column, and the wall, right? So narrow. We are more than doubling the width of that space. And when you come into the lobby, the first thing you would see would be a glass wall into council. It's not a solid wall. We wouldn't expect it to be a solid wall. And there is nothing that impedes your view for a width of 50 plus feet in width. So you walk in, and even though it is farther away from you, you have a visual connection to it, and there is the space that invites you to move through. Hard to imagine that or picture that, but that is this condition. We would hope coming out of tonight's conversation and potentially for considerations that you have that come back to us through Garrett, if it's time to come back to one of those earlier versions that has the council in another place, we've got that, and we're interested in exploring that. And our goal as an outgrowth of this kind of a study is that we have demonstrated the feasibility of fitting the pieces in a way which is functional. From the standpoint of our cost estimators, moving the pieces inside doesn't really impact the cost.
yeah.
Right?
So you're just
Unless
looking
we start
at
to hit those
conference
quotas.
room B, C, and D, so all of that is where you're saying you'd shift the
And
council chambers.
only about 7 feet farther
Yeah.
than that glass wall.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah. But I would
Okay.
say absolutely, it is so valuable, as you have done, council member, to put yourself at that front door and say, does it feel far? Does it feel like it's conveying a message of distance and reproach? And that's what spaces do. We're mindful of that. So absolutely, let's keep the conversation going. And if that needs to find a different home, and if that's a priority, there are opportunities.
Okay.
Thank you.
Why don't you proceed,
Yes.
Susan?
Thank you. I know, great conversation. We could take the whole night. CNH has been wonderfully patient. Thank you very much. What I do want to note, just before we leave this, you've all seen it labeled on the plan in blue, is police.
Yep.
And so that is moving into currently where you have finance and HR. And so that is an adjacency, that is a capacity that meets the program needs and works with the relationship, of other spaces within police.
Yeah, Vince?
Is this, we're talking about hiring 11 and a half new police officers in the next 10 years. 44 and a half more staff, at large. And I know these are just schematics, but is this sufficient enough, especially with police, thinking about that much of a staff increase, that it's going to be sufficient in 5 or 10 years?
Great question. And a great lead into the next slides. So you've set us up perfectly, if I may
Teed it
kind of
up, man.
continue.
Yeah, so let's
you.
do that, and
That
because
makes sense.
the chief is here, and she'll speak up also in terms of her needs.
Yes. And she will also correct me if I say anything incorrectly.
Yeah, because her voice has been in the discussion.
Yes.
My assumption is that
Incredibly
top green box on the left there is Greg's office, correct?
I would answer that question, but I've tried not to express my opinion about where my blob was located as to respect the process, because I didn't really like it to begin with. So I haven't shared those thoughts.
It's an
Okay.
open dialogue.
It is, see?
So here we go.
I'm
Please.
moving us to the lower level of City Hall, which will then lead us into police, and we'll be able to talk staffing. Great question, and I think we have a positive answer for that. So at the lower level, the big change here, and you see that red dashed line, is that your public meeting rooms that are now kind of arranged in an L shape, which is sort of awkward, and you can't kind of put them all together, they move into the new addition. They're 3 in a row. You can use them as 3 individual rooms. You can use them as 2 rooms. You could use them as 1 big room. They all have windows. They will all have support spaces. And it's giving you flexibility. And for us, as we think about a bigger building, it is also putting the spaces that don't need daylight, like storage and bathrooms, into the heart of the building. So that's pretty valuable. You are seeing a couple of other changes, kind of in a half, which is otherwise currently mostly storage. Police moves into the lower level, and this allows for 3 distinct training spaces. Your defensive tactics, your primary kind of training classroom, and your physical conditioning space as well. So this actually becomes a pretty efficient floor plate. There would be some investment. You're seeing kind of white and gray bubbles on the outside of the building. That represents an investment in some landscape features, including outdoor wellness for police. And that, kind of would be a reconfiguration of existing outdoor landscape spaces.
Yeah, Kara?
If I can ask, and again, you probably moved this all over hell, but I'm seeing where the elevator is, and the elevator is not by the public meeting rooms. And then the police training facilities is not by the police outdoor wellness areas.
Good questions. Good questions. So a couple of things. We already have about $150,000 in the budget for simply refreshing your elevator. That's just giving you a new cabin, new equipment. If we move the whole hoistway, that's something to think about. I'm going to go back, so if you kind of put your mental finger on the elevator right now and where you'd like it to be, if we switch back to the top, it could become somewhere in the staff spaces, right? And so there's a little bit of a challenge there because we want the elevator and the stair, first of all, to be in public spaces. From the standpoint of universal access, it is much more welcoming, inviting if the stairs and the elevators start and stop at similar places. And actually, in this diagram, we are, I believe, Peter, shifting the staircase in this scheme. And partly that is to open up some of the lobby space. So relocation of the elevator could be something that you look at in the future. It probably isn't going to move too far off of your public quarters, and it probably won't move all the way to the top because it just wouldn't be in the right places at both the upper and the lower levels.
Susan, to the west of where you have police training, you
Yes.
have gray, which is storage.
So
Right.
a couple
And-
key things, and this, pardon me, Madam Mayor, this gets to the question about, do you rotate police training?
Yeah.
So one of the spaces we really try never to move is the main mechanical space.
And the main mechanical space
And the
is
main
right
mechanical
there in
space
that- in
is
that-
that
in
big
the-
gray
yeah.
box.
I remember where it's located
Susan, you also
downstairs.
have the IT,
Uh,
or is it electrical?
main
over there?
electrical room,
That's right.
Yeah.
so kind of the
I now
workhorses of the
get
building
it.
are there.
Now that you said it, I know exactly where, all those mechanical spaces are downstairs.
And in an interesting way, and I could point at it on this screen. I will try to use my words because I can't point at it on your screen.
Maybe Garrett can use his pointer.
Yes, thank you, Garrett. So actually, in the police footprint, in their upper left-hand corner that is white, down in the police building, down, 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 over, 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 there we go. That room is going to become the wellness and yoga room. And so actually, if you were going to go outdoors, you might leave from that space and walk out to the outdoor space. So you don't actually have to go through any kind of a rabbit warren, or the connection point that we have with the double kind of corner arrow is a corridor which connects to receiving. So you could go through there and then out a door. So there are ways which are more direct that are outside versus inside. And I would defer to the chief as to kind of priorities and if that is something which would be worthwhile to drive a reconsideration of the puzzle piece arrangement.
Chief?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, members of the council, I agree
green?
that it's a difficult space to get to in that way. I mean, ideally, the same thoughts of you want the space to be,
Contiguous?
yes.
Yeah.
So you're not having to walk through. And, there's a chiller out there, receiving is out there, trucks are coming out there. So it's for space that's quiet or wellness, it's just something to consider as we looked at where can we get some outside space. So it's a priority to me to have that space for our officers. It's just where receiving is, it's our only receiving area. So that's a challenge that we have.
Well, I'm going to trust that you all are going to resolve that with the chief and our leadership team and police,
Yes.
to have a big voice in that, and they understand what the need is, and
Will do. Thank you very much for the direction.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is green?
Green is the facilities workroom and workshop and receiving storage. So it kind of is used by the incoming products and materials and vendors coming in and out of the loading area and the receiving area.
Okay. And so like that little white snick taken out of it, that's
A hallway.
upper. Go up there.
Oh, yes, that's a landing for the stair and an access point as you kind of land on the stair and come down and around.
Okay. So I guess my question is, does the police training facility need to be there, or can it not be where the public meeting rooms are? And flip that around. Does the storage area have to be a storage area? The reason why I'm asking is because if we, does it strictly have to be an area that can be walled off and locked down just because it's a police training area? I don't know that. Or can it be a place where police feel fine because they're walking through a hallway, they go to their training facility area, and then that outdoor space does not appear that it would be as loud and as busy around it?
And you're getting more daylight on that side of the building, I would assume.
Right. So, but I mean, I don't know.
I know.
I'm positive
I
you've
would-
looked at that, but that is my question on that.
well, Chief, I'm sure that
Because
you all
the
have
elevator
looked
is
at
a
all of
big
that.
deal for me, right? The elevator for, when we're looking at public meeting room access, the elevator is a big deal. I get it that moving the elevator is not an inexpensive prospect. It's not. So how do we get the places where our public are going to be coming in and out to have greater accessibility with that elevator? And how do we get the police to an area where if they're trying to have training and they're trying to have their outdoor time and that type of thing, it's just a little more off to the side, away from public, even though they have to cross through. I don't know.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I would say our training facilities where we do classroom, we do need to have security. It would have to be a secured space, and also for wellness outdoor space would be secured and private space because of a lot of different reasons, but to be able to actually relax and have space to not be worried and, with the job that they do, we have to have it secured. So also walking through is a challenge. So if you're walking into other public spaces and doing that, it's not ideal, I would say. But yes, when we do training in those classrooms, it's got to be secured because we have a lot of different people and weapons and things that people would have access to. So security of the police areas is still going to be a main concern as we look at where we put the boxes in here.
I think these are great insights, and where I first go to, and I'm also mindful that there's sort of an efficiency, which is we don't want to have your staff walk too far into city council, right? And so what I see is taking that blue box and shifting it to the right. If we shift it to the right, it is and could have a direct access to the egress door and an outdoor space there that could be shielded, secure, and protected on the kind of right-hand side. What that does is only moderately lengthens the hallway that connects the two buildings and could be a way for us to address this. And so I think with each of the considerations we've heard tonight, our team's next step is to circle back with the core team. How do we kind of explore some of these resolutions? And in the same way that we quickly worked through those other options, to work through some considerations that the chief and others can review for alignment with goals and needs.
Madam Mayor, I would just add that, as this has been a very time-consuming, lots of thoughts process, and, what you're seeing tonight is the latest iteration of trying to accomplish all the things that meet police's needs, which is uninterrupted space where it is secure. I mean, there's CJIS rules, there's all kinds of things that are required, keeping them from having to go out into public spaces. And if you think about our facility, that back corner is probably the most secure corner available on our property. If we start going to the east, there's a stairwell over there directly accessible from our main parking lot. It's a challenge this is just one of we are working with existing conditions and trying to identify, as for this particular study where we are at this place and time, if we were to try to accommodate all the needs that we've identified, what is the best place? So will this be the final? Probably not, but there's a lot of thought that's gone into trying to come up with the best possible solution for tonight.
From where I sit, when we look at all of this, our chief and our officers know exactly what they need. And that's what's important. Because that was the same thing with regard to Fire Station 1. We didn't have all of the input that you're asking for now.
Well, then, do you want input or do you not want input?
Well, I'm just asking, you have some things that you're talking about, security, chief, and a police training facility. For me, it needs to be about what their needs are. And then when we look at the public spaces, then that's part of where we come in. But with regard to police training facility and security and all of that, that's, they know better than I do what their needs are. Dan Gustafson, you had your hand up.
Well, I just was going to say, I like the process you're going through in all this. It's, I like how it looks. Where the space ends up, I'm not sure, based on needs. It changes. I've been involved in different things many times in my life, and you start out one way, and pretty soon, thinking it through, you go a whole different direction. I think what's important tonight for me is this a direction we want to go to expand City Hall and our police department? And if so, then we go on to the next phase, and now we start designing, and then we can have these conversations of putting this over here or putting that over there and
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
Councilmember Gustafson, I appreciate that, that kind of framing of this, which is the study takes it to a certain point, which is, do the spaces fit? Can they fit? What I will note is the document of the report, which then serves as your tool for implementation and continued dialogue, has assumptions and qualifications. And so on the diagram, we may end up with a note at training, right, that it needs proximity to an outside wall. In our space program matrix, the hard and fast document that absolutely whomever comes next will start to work from, we have a notes column. We put in the notes column desired adjacency between indoor training and outdoor training, provided secure and adjacent, right? So all of this information ultimately finds a home. The degree to which we keep moving the puzzle pieces now and the degree to which we agree that we have validated the possibilities is, direction that we'll look from. And as I mentioned, it is pretty typical for us. We want to receive the input tonight. We want to make one more revision of this because we hadn't yet had your voices, right? We want your voices to be a part of it. Our goal, I think, as a design team coming out of this is, can we get to a revision of this which is acceptable as documenting the general goals and the strategies, identifying those items that need and should be considered in more detail in the next phase.
If I may.
Okay, yeah. Kara?
So to ask a clarifying question on the input that you want, do you care about things such as, can the elevator be closer to public meeting rooms or not? Or is that not information or questions that you wish to have tonight?
Tonight is the night for it. And certainly there's opportunity that follows this. This is a good time for it. When we come to the cost slides, usually that's where people's requests of how much can move hit a point of saying, oh, I wonder if I feel comfortable asking for that many changes.
Yes.
This is a time, I would say, a study is the time for these questions. It is all on paper. Our cost team, they have these amazing tools, and in 2 seconds, they can tell you how much it costs to change the elevator and what that does to the bottom line. This is the time to understand that. And in the report, we can identify as a breakout, if it's necessary and valuable, to achieve some goals, some functionality, and to better embody your guiding principles, movement of stairs and elevators and bathrooms, we can say that adds an additional 1.5 million to the project. That's not the number. That's not the number.
But you'll also
And
need to.
I know that those are expensive
Yes.
moves. They are expensive moves.
Yeah.
But depending on the price tag that is put on this whole thing and looking at a priority, there may be things that we value as a priority over other things,
Yes.
such as, do we have to have that wide of a lobby? Maybe, yes, I don't know, but what is the priority on certain things? And for me, accessibility issues are very high in my priority.
We appreciate that.
Garrett?
Councilmember Schultz, I'd like to validate what you're saying and what Susan's saying is this is absolutely a time to be asking those, and it goes into the concept of no assumptions, right? We're not going to assume that bathrooms and elevators and anything can't be moved, right? If everything's on the table, that helps us to say, okay, this is a priority, this is a priority, this is a priority, and as we move into the next step, those are things that we can have at the top of the list to make sure that we're checking the boxes to the best of our ability. So this is a conversation, and I appreciate the feedback, so.
And I think before you put down all of those things, that's one council member's saying that that's a priority. and what's the cost benefit that I would ask to all of that, and what's the benefit to all of that. And then I would like to also find out from my colleagues if moving those kinds of things and adding more cost, moving all of that, what's the cost benefit, and whether they would agree to that. And that's just one person's, so, yeah, this is the time for us to do that. But to keep this process moving along and understanding what that cost is going to be, I need to understand. Do you want to move?
When we did fire station, I kind of just tried to stay out of the way and say,
Yeah.
BJ,
Yep.
I
We
don't
all
have
stayed
to
out
go
of
to
the
work
way.
there every day. I don't sleep in that building. So when you asked me what color we should paint it, I said, you pick.
Yeah, but we never had to go through this kind of exercise.
But Susan is asking us to participate, so I mean, I'm willing to, but as far as, moving staircases and stuff, if Tanya and her team's happy with this layout, then I would support that, because you have to go to work there every day, not me.
Yeah.
But,
I'm gonna
but it's more than just police down there. Like, we're not just talking about police down there. If we're putting public meeting rooms down there, that's area for us to have input on, especially if it's coming into accessibility issues. Question on that gray part and that pink part, what is that?
So right now, at the center of the existing building, the kind of gray piece just by the red dash is building storage, additional restrooms for the public meeting rooms, and their support and catering kitchen. The two pink spaces are the, great Scott, pardon me, we were just doing some last minute changes, so I'm trying to get all of this correct. That is the fitness space and the staff locker rooms for the City Hall fitness space, because in this version, police and City Hall staff no longer share the fitness room.
Right.
Yep. And so, in order, lots of thoughts here, pardon me. One of our thoughts, and the reason why originally the public meeting rooms moved into the new space, was because we would get to choose where the columns are. Right? One of the challenges of your existing meeting space is that you have some columns in some awkward spots.
We do.
To keep them in the existing space, which may be warranted, we would want to look at how can we fit them in the spaces in the existing building where there's more of a clear span between spaces. And I'm looking at a couple of spots where that might be possible. But we would, our goal is always, even in a space like this, when we're renovating, we want to improve the conditions you have now. We want you to have spaces that are more functional than today's spaces are. So I appreciate that note, and it is.
You know why I'm asking.
Absolutely.
Because I'm looking at what I'm trying to accomplish is getting all of our public spaces closer to that elevator. And if you move the elevator to the back, now when people come in to get to the elevator to go to, they have to go, so, it's 6 of one, half a dozen the other. So my questions aren't so much of, I want to be an interior designer, it's how can we get our public meeting rooms closer to the elevator for accessibility issues? So that's where my train of thought is on looking at this, so.
Flipping
thank you.
and
I
putting
appreciate it.
department office space to where it is and putting the public to the blue area. Greg, you had your hand up.
Certainly have heard Councilmember Schultz that accessibility is part of our guiding principle of being welcoming to the community, and the
Right.
feedback to your question and to your point is very helpful, and that's part of what this discussion is. I'll also go back to what Vince just said. I think one of the hallmarks of the success of the Fire Station 1 project was we had some of these conversations. The council gave us very clear policy direction on the guiding principles that we've tried to reapply to this project. And
we
we
stayed
built a
out.
facility that met the operational needs and met our community needs based on your feedback. So really trying to kind of navigate that line between what's a policy question, what's an operational decision, and that's really what tonight's conversation is designed to be. And I'd be remiss not to say that that's how I've approached our leadership team, our core team conversations about this project. I want to learn from what went well there. Certainly, I want your feedback as we figure out how to best do that. But at the end of the day, there are going to be different nuances between how police space starts to work out based on their operational needs and what accessibility looks like in our public spaces. One of my aha moments in this work has been we are absolutely, without question, limited by the fact that we're trying to design within the functional existing space that we have and a responsible addition to the facility to meet square footage needs. And what I've learned, particularly this weekend, alongside Garrett and others, Tanya included, is that we will not meet everything that we've talked about tonight.
Right.
Plain and simple. Unless we build from scratch like we did with Fire Station 1, it's kind of an apples to oranges comparison. And that's why, kind of going back to your points, Councilmember Schultz, that's why this dialogue is going to be a bit more important in this project. And frankly, why I wanted to make sure that we were connecting with this update, because they are substantively different projects. So.
And Greg, you and I talked about this because my concerns were the same as Sarah's, that I wanted the public-facing space to be accessible to everyone. And so I think that's the policy question. The policy question is that make the public spaces accessible to the public. Because that's our forward-looking. That's the policy question. How you guys configure this will come down to how it best meets the functionality for police and for our staff, but the public-facing spaces need to be accessible to the public. So how you reconfigure that is what you need to do.
Yes.
That's the policy question. And I think we'll step out and continue with your, because I think that's what Councilmember Schultz is getting at, and that's a conversation that I had with Greg from the beginning. Public, we're transparent.
Yes.
The only other thing that I also want to make sure is that upstairs, when we get to the council chambers, there has to be an exit strategy for the council, taking into consideration the environment that we find ourselves in. And I know what goes on across the country with council members and mayors being shot at. So it's going to there has to be an exit strategy for council members and staff.
Madam Mayor, that's a great point, and I will also say that some of where these boxes have landed are a result of very intentional conversations the core team has had with our consultants, and I've had specifically with BJ and Tanya about facility security. At the end of the day, there is nothing more important to me than people going home at night, and we need to be cognizant of all of that in our early needs discussions and through architecture and engineering. The flip side of that reality is that likely makes a project more expensive. And again, those are touch points that we will connect with you on the policy decision around what a project might cost should you give us direction to proceed.
Well, I think tonight you've learned that we want the public spaces to be available and accessible to the public. And then how they get there, whether it's stairs, elevators.
We appreciate that, Madam Mayor and
So that's the
Councilmember
policy
Schultz.
question that you've heard this evening.
That's helpful direction to know that can be a driving factor. What I will note, and this maybe brings together a couple of points of input, is while you're seeing a strategy and you've heard about the mythical ones that came before, in the report, you get all of them. As a city, you get all of them. All of our considerations, those are a part of our appendix. So you have access to the many different versions that we've worked through, and you'll have an opportunity. There's a moment, hopefully, on a beach or a cabin somewhere where you get to sit and read the report. And there will be a time when you're each drawn to different aspects of some of those previously discarded options. And that can be a moment when in the sidelines, in the sidebar, you make a note. I like how this one does this. I like how this one does that. So that when this transitions to its next future phase, which we would recommend as a pre-design, which is a really valuable type of project, which allows you to better understand exact needs and exact costs and exact plan before you proceed, that would be the moment where you really decide, are we committing to this for the next 20 years, or is this the time to make a more drastic change? That you can bring all of those best ofs to the table and give them to your team and say, we like all of these from all of these, please go make it happen, right? Our teams enjoy that. We love the challenge. We rise to it. So just if that helps to know, none of the notes disappear. Even as we move from this version to a next one, this version will exist, will be archived as a reference point for a moment in time alongside these considerations.
Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. So we've covered this a bit in different ways. It becomes kind of striking in this note, which is that for City Hall, and here I am specifically talking about City Hall, the projected program requirements, if you were building this right, brand new, idealized, efficient, would be a 53,000 square foot building. The amount of addition that we are recommending takes the City Hall footprint to 61,000 square feet. And you think to yourself, well, that's a lot of extra space. And what I would remind you is that difference between the idealized, efficient one-story and what we see, and I think, Garrett, you just came back to this. When we have to fit it in to a two-story building, when we are trying in whatever way feels appropriate to keep some aspects of the building existing, there are some inefficiencies. What I will note is that in an earlier scheme, when we came to this footprint, which is again that extruded, same volume, simple walls, it allowed us the capacity to accommodate about 4,200 square feet of police training program. And so while that difference looks large, it actually allowed us, and that was one of the flags and the moments where we said, can we make it work? Another key, and we didn't really come to this, but it's part of how we got to the size of the footprint that we're at, was the goal that we heard from administrative departments, specifically the service-oriented ones, that it was valuable to have them on one level, so that you are both near and adjacent to the departments that you work with, but also that you are more readily at hand to meet with the public. And so from the size that you are now, you needed a certain growth for us to fit all of those departments at one level. I will acknowledge we do still have, as it happens, IT is the department which is located at the lower level, and facilities at the lower level. Because those are not directly service-oriented, there was a little bit of a benefit. There's also a benefit, for instance, for facilities to be located adjacent to the receiving area, and for IT to be adjacent to the server room. And so that those elements exist at the lower level.
IT's used to being in caves. You know, I mean, let's be real.
Can't argue.
Yeah, yeah.
They do get some daylight in windows for the first time in this option, though, however, I will note.
Let me cover those. Yeah.
So, moving ahead, knowing that we have kind of two facilities to talk about, although we've covered a lot of use of them relative to police, and we'll hear some connections more that take us back to that question of staff space. We believe that, and I will say specifically through the lens of continuing to use this building and adapting the site in the building, that is the lens through which we believe that we are able to demonstrate that it is possible to reuse, that we can meet space needs, we can meet your other guiding principles. The place where we put the caution is if you were to proceed, you are getting yourselves to a 20-year mark, and we believe that that might hit the limits of capacity. And that is just sort of something to be aware of and to consider when you consider your next steps kind of coming out of this project, and any other considerations or explorations that you might want. Specific questions about the kind of evaluation here at the end. I know we've had a lot of useful questions and dialogue about the spaces themselves. Any other consideration about our kind of evaluation at this point?
No, I think we just need to make sure that we continue to move forward and then to give you some direction.
Thank you, Vern.
I don't want to drag this, not that it's been drug on, but when you talk about hitting capacity, I mean, that's kind of been my concern about this
Yes.
entire project is this is going to get us, 10 more yards, and then we're going to be back doing this again potentially. Obviously, things need to continue to be refreshed and updated and things like that. But if this potential plan were to proceed, I mean, that's a pretty firm 15 to 20 year cap, and then from there, you're talking about building new or going up.
Yeah.
Although that probably would.
Thank you, Council Member Workman. Useful question. I would say that with the organizational analysis and the kind of parallel review of staffing that our teams did, with the exception of a dramatic, unforeseeable change in operations, you really are looking at the 20-year timeline, right? It isn't 15, it's 20, if that helps. One of the questions that arose early on is, can we go up?
Yeah, that's what
And from a structural standpoint, our engineers, and we have structural engineers on staff, the review was that the existing columns, foundations, and roof structure do not have that capacity. As our cost estimators will note, and a line that often comes is, you can do anything if you put money at it. And so that could be a consideration that you may want to explore through pricing, if moving to multi-level. Now, I will say, there continues to be an ever greater understanding of the challenges of administrative facilities that go multi-level, right? It's harder to stay connected to people. It's potentially a little bit more complex to manage safety. It's efficient and effective to work within a footprint. And so that was something that our team didn't look further into, because if you were to go up, you would be needing to increase the weight-bearing capacity of your footings and your foundations. And so that would involve opening up your lower level slab. It would involve strengthening columns, and I'm paraphrasing, please chime in, Tim, if I'm not getting this right. Right, additional beams, and it would be a replacement of the roof structure. So that would be a way to gain a greater amount of capacity on the site if, and again, if we talk about this from the standpoint of either policies or priorities, if it was important to stay here.
I worry about putting the next generation of municipal government workers and elected officials in a spot where they're having to be challenged. I mean, we've seen that happen in Burnsville a few times with, garbage dumps on the river and things that seemed like a good idea at the time, but now, 50, 60 years later, you scratch your head and go, why did they do that? So is this plan viable to get the next group of, because I don't think any of us will be in that room in 30 years, maybe some of us, but.
And I think it comes back to maybe one thing I touched on at the.
Greg will still.
Depends on how bionic you all are.
I won't.
Something I touched on earlier, which is 20 years puts you at a place that turns it not into a decision where we can make a recommendation so much, but more so that you have to make that decision for yourselves. If we were hitting the 15-year mark really firmly, and we'll come to it with police, which is, I think that's a place where the question opens a little bit more. With City Hall, if you're at 20, if you're not at 15, if you're not hitting it at 10 or at 5, you have to explore that. And it's within that context of, well, what are the other options? Are there other options? And certainly there was a conversation, I can't remember which person chimed in about it. You could stay on this site and you could clear cut it and you could rebuild here if you like this location, if it works, if it's beneficial. There could be a moment where you look in big ways. There's also some adjacent property here, right? Do you take a look at puzzle pieces of a couple of other facilities that we haven't talked about? That is a consideration really to look into. You are correct that at that 20-year mark, it's a really sort of fascinating question of, are you comfortable with that potential reaching of capacity? Are you comfortable with that potential risk of needing to make decisions at that timeline?
Well,
See,
and
and
that's why when we started the conversation, it kind of was played like a joke about tearing down the shop and building new. But if we're at 75% and we're running into the remaining 25, at some point that conversation needs to become
And
more
I was
realistic.
thinking-
And
That's a conversation in terms of expansion. And then you're going to have to take a look at how we marry all of that with the maintenance center. These are all policy questions that have implications. But right now, it's what do we do today? Do we have ability and opportunities with other areas within this campus? Yes, we do, but that means demolition, and it means other things. But I think that's an opportunity for staff to dig into that, and to also take a look and see what our financial capacity is. Yeah. Kara?
So you kind of looked into, well, what if we do 3 levels on the whole thing? What if you're looking at 3 levels on the addition in the back? So, and I assume you looked
you
at that,
can.
so what was the feedback on that?
So we did not look at taking just the sliver of addition to 3 because there wasn't a functional value in that way. You would add a second elevator to the building. You would potentially, and we would have to look into the egress, add another set of egress stairs. And so while it's approximately 8,600 square feet per floor, as a sliver of space, it's not particularly functional or useful on its own. By the time you add at least 2 bathrooms on that level, we are allowed to go down to another level, but that, right? So at that scale, it just almost isn't big enough to raise only that piece, 3 floors.
Then you ask the question, what's the cost benefit? Yeah. Okay.
We will keep moving this forward. What I would also note, and we've come into this, I think, actually, as a group here tonight, which is what assumptions are we questioning, and what assumptions have we forgotten to open the door on, and which ones are we comfortable opening the door on, right? As our team moved along, we've become a part of the process. We've heard from the department in voices that carries us forwards. Some of these questions, like, is it okay to tear down maintenance, is a question. If you want to stay here on site, what I might simply ask you is, what assumptions haven't you questioned? And you might each have different answers to that. So I will just plant that as a seed. We are now looking here at police. This is the main level. And what I will say, and this goes back to, I don't want to open old wounds. What we looked at is that actually in police, through simply understanding who uses which spaces and providing that red outlined addition, we actually think that you can keep a fair number of the walls and the rooms within police and only strategically renovate certain areas in ways that allow us to meet that capacity of needs. So as we looked at the available space versus the program we needed to put in, we prioritized the personnel space. For every single department, investigations, patrol, records, community engagement, and administration, we 100% actually meet the full gross square footage for each program department. You'll say, well, what did you give up? Well, we sacrificed, at least in this plan, some of the growth of the vehicle storage and the associated support space. Some of the general building storage has been smaller, and that's where we also reached a point where police needed to take up a little bit more space here in the building. But when we looked at it from a priority standpoint, we were prioritizing staff in this. If that answers the earlier question from a little long ago, Councilmember Workman. And so what you're seeing is some reconfiguration of existing spaces, keeping the renovated lobby and the associated interview rooms, no changes recommended there, no changes recommended in the holding area. So when we look at the cost of this specific renovation, at a cost per square foot, it's slightly lower because of the number of spaces that have been maintained. Moving into the lower level, what I would like to acknowledge is that one of the pieces that we, as of tonight, haven't yet accommodated was any increase in the gun range in terms of its operating size or an increase in the gun cleaning and the armory space. We believe that we can continue the conversation with the chief, and we may have an opportunity, even if the gun range stays the same size, to provide a measure of increase for the armory and the gun cleaning. Michael has some thoughts. We were talking about it just before this session. And we did have a conversation already, even with our cost estimator. If you were to expand the gun range, there is a possibility for it. That for us, if it makes sense, should I share some information on that?
Sure,
All right.
absolutely. We should share all information.
Thank you.
Wouldn't ask that question out loud.
And
Good example of how we're sharing it.
You're right. She'd be like, shh, you don't.
We just talked about transparency.
It was the right answer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was testing him.
Yes, it was-
So this is a lower level gun range, so it's below the earth. If we were to expand it, we would add ranges to the right. So as you'd see it, it would become closer to that curved space, which is currently fitness. And we would provide a connection between the lanes, but we wouldn't fully open up that foundation. This is a case where, Councilmember Schultz, we would recommend, if you expanded the gun range at this level, go ahead and expand administrative space at the upper level there as well.
Okay.
That cost, just coming out of a very quick conversation tonight, again, as our team continues to work live, would be somewhere, and for the gun range only, would be somewhere between 1.7 and 1.9 million as an ad.
In today's dollars.
In today's dollars, correct.
And that was for
unescalated.
construction only.
That's
It didn't
construction
And
include.
that's construction only.
Yep.
And project costs typically add about 30%.
Yeah.
What I would acknowledge is, because of the priorities identified for police, you are not likely to pursue that as a standalone project. If you were going to do it, it would be part of the renovation of police. So I think it is not infeasible to consider that your project costs would be a part of the total project costs for a police reno, rather than thinking of them as two distinct projects.
And I would always turn to our chief and ask the question, is this something, what she thinks about the addition?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, this has just been like kind of most recent conversation. So yes, I believe that it was my direction and conversation that if we're looking to the future of what this building is going to be able to do for us as we train and we do look at the future, we have already outgrown that space.
Okay.
So to functionally do training,
Yeah.
and with the amount of people that we do training, it's very difficult right now. And we're grateful for the space that we have, but if we're looking at how do we expand in the future, yes, we would look at expanding the lanes and expanding the space for, as we add people, we're gonna need more space for armory, more space for weapons, more space for gun cleaning. And so that entire space would also have to increase,
Okay.
especially as we're looking at adding staff.
So from a policy perspective then, if this is what's needed as we move to the future, then we proceed with that functionality. You're okay with that? Yeah? Kara?
To me, this draws into question what Vince has been asking on are we getting to a point where renovation is no longer making sense?
Councilmember Schultz, I would pose the same
'Cause
question.
I'm like adding numbers in my
Yeah,
head.
I would pose the same question, and that again, I saw 3 nods of the heads around the table. If we were to further explore meeting every operational need, and that's the direction that the council were to give us tonight, I would want to go back and be a little bit more creative than the operating assumptions of this current needs assessment. I would like to wrap this needs assessment up, and then I would like to, under the advice of not only our expert staff, but our consulting partners, identify what the appropriate next steps would be. Put that back in front of you to affirm that we're going in the right direction, and explore some different options, and try to cost some of those out to give you the best information to make that decision.
Yeah, because
Because
I just want to make sure that, okay, so
Yeah.
we're looking at this and it's, okay, this is a need, not a want.
Yeah.
Like, that's the category
Yeah.
it's being placed in. Then does the amount of needs that we have, and I'm sure, we're gonna hear some others as well, does that start to tip it past, and to get back to Vince's question, are we now no longer at a reno?
then we get at cost. And we just did police in 2018.
I know.
And so this becomes a political question with the community, and coming back to us and saying, what
It does.
H are you guys doing? So the thing is, what is it that we need to do to, I'm looking at what you're telling us this is going to cost us. And if we're going to build anew, what does that mean? And then what do we, we can expand out City Hall to police, but
I
there's
get what
no
you're struggling
easy,
with.
there's no
I
easy.
get what you're struggling with.
The thing is, we have a site that we have. We have opportunities if there's going to be growth 20 years from now on this site, but it gives us an opportunity to start to look at some of that stuff. Prepare the community for what that cost is going to be in the future. Because the people who are living here now are not going to be the people who are going to be here 15 and 20 years from now. But if we prepare for the future and what are the possibilities and the opportunities, and they're part of the conversation as we continue to move forward, then it's not going to be a surprise. They understand. So for me, it's weighing all of those factors. Where we are today, what we need to do today, and what we need to do in the future. And how much is it, the capacity to pay for it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, when you're saying meet all operational needs, could
Well,
you
they
give me your definition of what that means?
They said we won't meet everything, about 85%, did you say we'd meet?
Madam Mayor, no, I was suggesting that this study will get us to about an 85 to 90% of understanding of what the costs are, where spaces could be, and things like that. We've kind of highlighted throughout a number of slides where some of the deficiencies will remain, whether it's in police indoor parking, or we'll see later on with maintenance facility deficiencies and whatever. But I'll turn it back over to Susan if you want to
Because the
comment.
question is, like, the policy question is, are we in agreement or not agreement that we should meet all operational needs? And my thought on that is, I don't think that that's possible.
Yeah.
Well, okay, it's possible, if we don't have a food forest, but we have money trees, then it is possible. So get some of those.
Work on it.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
In order to find grants.
But for me, looking at it from a policy position, I don't think with the other constraints that we have, it's going to be possible, so it's gonna be shuffling which ones, I mean, everything is a trade-off, right?
Yeah.
So that's my view on that particular policy question.
Yeah, and I think, Greg, in your opening remarks, you said that today we're going to be looking at everything. But to even think about the results of this study and then moving to beginning design work and so forth, that we might get at 95% of the needs. We might, but we're not going to get at 100%.
And Madam Mayor, to your point, and to Vince's earlier question, I believe that this building has been well maintained, that there's been a high level of stewardship.
Yep.
And that renovating and expanding it from an operational perspective, going back to all of our guiding principles, is the right direction for now. Said another way, I don't know that it would be responsible to tear this building down and suggest to the community that we start over. Not everything about the police project is broken. We've
No,
identified that there are some challenges.
Yeah.
It was done well to the needs in 2018 at the time.
Yeah.
And within the confines of the reality that we found ourselves in. It's great space. I enjoy being over there. I hear from our officers and our command staff that they enjoy it as
Yeah.
well. That
Right.
operationally, it's a good thing. Tanya and I have talked about that
Yeah.
as recently as this weekend.
But there are
What we
some
need-
deficiencies,
Yeah, what
and
we
we're
need to
going to fix it.
recognize is there will always be a give and take of retrofitting and renovating existing space or trying to expand it. There will be a difference between that experience and what we did with Fire Station 1. There just will
Right.
be.
Yeah.
And Garrett said to me the best. I was in my medical leave recovery sitting on my front porch talking to him last week, and I think he said it best to me when it really is an apples to oranges comparison between those two projects. We're doing our best to learn from what
Yeah.
went well, what didn't, and try to bring it together here. And I do think that what's being put in front of you right now is very reflective of kind of the best case of where we're at.
Yeah,
And I would also say, to answer the broader question, I think we can meet the vast majority of our operational needs on this site. Is it going to be perfect? No, it probably won't be. Is it going to be responsible and meet our guiding principles? Absolutely.
yep. Thank you. That's clear. Okay,
Thank you very
Proceed,
much.
Susan.
A few more things, Council and Madam Mayor, as we move along. So what you're seeing here is one of the more simple diagrams, which is expanding the garage in the direction that you already have it. This allows us to add about 20 more spaces and some additional garage space. As has been noted by our team, this is an area where, because of topography and some known issues with drainage, this would really need to be solved and worked on by a civil engineer, worked on with folks to really understand how can we make this work. And I think what's important, which is, while this addition helps address your enclosed parking needs, one of the bigger constraints with police is a lack of developable space for any additional surface parking. And surface parking within the secured area is a program and a functional requirement. And so as we look at maybe some deficiencies and constraints, I would just say that with police, it is not just in the building, it is actually also with the site. So again, a similar kind of summary here, which is that projected space needs are about 75,000 square feet. What I will also note about a program number like this is that it is an on-paper tabulation. So if you need 8 offices, you get 8 offices, then there's a little bit of a grossing factor. There is an ability, when you start to fit these pieces together, for the amount of additional gross that you need to be smaller. So you can be a little bit more efficient. So, for instance, when we say that the actual provided program space is 62,000 square feet, the direct deficiency in functional program is not 13,000. The direct deficiency is a slightly smaller subset, therefore. I know that's a little bit splitting hairs, but if it contextualizes the kind of on-paper number versus the diagram, that would be important to remember. As I mentioned, The prioritization that the team has led with to date was to prioritize space for staff and for training and for workspace. The facility and the site are at capacity. We will not, and this is not a case of at 20, it is at a case of whenever the project is implemented, we will not be able to meet the full needs for covered parking and uncovered parking and storage.
And when do we hit that point? Like immediately?
That is, as soon as you would make any renovation, you are going to move the dial forwards from where you are, but you will not be able to meet capacity. And so that's a kind of day one challenge with those aspects of the program.
Can I ask our chief a question?
Vince?
We're short now, correct, for our squads in the garage?
Yeah.
By, do you know about how many?
Sent everything. Off the top of my head, I don't. We don't have any of our, I'm sorry, council member, we don't have any of our unmarks in terms of our responders, such as investigators, in the underground or in the covered storage. What we try to keep in there is all of our mark squads, which right now we can get them in, but with adding staff, they will not be able to fit. And then we try to keep our behavioral health unit responder cars in that area and command staff. So those that are going to respond out, but we have investigators that work and respond out to calls, so should be covered vehicle storage for them as well, which we can't support right now.
To maybe clarify number-wise, your current garage capacity, and I won't get it exactly right, I'm going to refer to it as the mid-30s. Our police expert couldn't be here tonight. You're in the mid-30s for existing capacity. We can add 20 spots. That takes us somewhere into the 50s. The fleet study and our analysis of program are that you will need, at kind of the 20-year mark, at least 60 spaces for covered parking. So that's a deficiency of anywhere between 5 and 10 covered parking spaces.
Okay. Greg?
As a reminder, this is a reality of kind of the current assessment of needs. Again, based on the council's direction, I would want to work with PD and whomever it is that continues our engineering or architecture towards the next steps of this project, be it BKV or whomever else.
Yeah.
And further explore
Yeah.
our opportunities on the site. For today, full transparency, full disclosure, this is the single biggest concern I have, and I think the single biggest limitation that we've identified to this point.
And it was.
And we would need to look at it more.
And it was my big concern at the very beginning of building out police, and that we need to get to that. And thank you, Greg. I also agree that you need to continue to work with police and whomever is going to be working with us to find the opportunities here and get it fixed.
Elizabeth?
Yeah.
I have a quick question, and I'm not trying to draw you off of somewhere else, but I guess I am a little bit. What is the price per square foot of building a new building? Have you guys, I mean,
Good question, and I may tap in and Tim for this. So there is no one number. I will say the number is different for City Hall. It is different for a police station than it is for a fire, right? And so there is no one that I could give you. I know that our ranges, and I don't know if you want to come over, Tim, and chime in. I think I know what Tim's answer might be, but we'll see from him first.
let's hear it.
As part of this, as Tim makes
like
his way,
family.
I think it would be good to hear from CNH on this as well, because to Susan's point, there are different price points per square foot between
I
fire, police,
understand
and
that
city
there's
halls.
different needs. I mean, I just look at apartment buildings. I know what the apartments, how they do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I got that
this is
number down.
a little different than apartment building.
I
Yeah.
realize that.
But like, I hope
This is,
so.
this is a building that needs to be
Summary
hardened.
version is BJ's stuff is really expensive.
Yeah,
It is.
yeah. Well, and with police, it's a building that needs to be hardened.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, just to be brief, my name's Tim Kittle. I'm from Krause Anderson. Thank you for having us here tonight. Just to simply answer your question, for the range of buildings that we're looking at, as far as the public works facility, maintenance facility, to police department to city hall, we're talking in a range from anywhere from $300 a square foot to $400 a square foot.
I had down here was about 300. All right.
I was going to say
Yeah.
375.
Not too shabby.
Yeah.
All right, we
Yeah.
don't even need me. I'm out of here.
Yeah, and thank you for Kraus Anderson helping us with the building of the police station.
It was our pleasure. It was a joy to work on it. Jason Rentmeester, his son's birthday is tonight. He would be here instead.
Because I looked around and I did not see Jason.
Yeah, so Jason says hello, and
Yeah.
it was a joy to work on that project.
Yeah.
That's what he tells me. So
Okay.
yeah, no, it was a real privilege. So absolutely.
Thanks,
At
Tim.
a certain point, it's gonna be.
Okay,
No, it's not, but it's also something.
okay.
Right?
Other questions at this moment
Build
about
finance it,
police before we segue? What remains in our presentation, we thank you for your engagement and also your patience, is to share information about maintenance and then to come to cost, which I know you folks have seen in your preview.
From my perspective, from a policy perspective, for City Hall and police, is that you have given us information. You've understood the policy question with regard to public spaces. And the other is that what we did in 2018 for police did not do everything that was needed because we didn't have the information to make good policy decisions around all of that. So in this regard, the policy statement, and I hope my colleagues agree with me, is that we're going to fix it. And so you've given us some numbers. We're going to continue to work on that with our staff, and we'll see where that takes us.
Thank you very much for the consideration, Madam Mayor, and we appreciate, as the chief noted, the piece that's percolating that we will come back to is folding in the gun range expansion and the other supporting elements. We will add that both to our diagrams and to our costs so that you have a whole picture of more fully meeting police's needs.
Okay.
Thank you. I will say that Garrett and I exchanged 25 versions of this slide. There's one error, and it's on this one, I think, that we just missed, which is that efficient and effective should be listed as fair. We want to recognize, and I think, Greg, I appreciate your contextualization. If we understand one of the directives of our project is to kind of test and validate the feasibility and the potential for this site and these buildings to host program, we believe that we can. Not without qualifications, but there isn't a function in police that isn't accommodated. It might be accommodated at a smaller scale, but all of the functions can be accommodated. So for both functional and flexible and for efficient and effective, the facility is qualified because of its capacity limitations and because of that larger asterisk to not have the sufficient capacity for vehicle storage, both indoors and out. In other senses, we do believe that the proposed renovation can add on to the strengths of the 2018 addition, can continue to work with the facility, can provide additional kind of training spaces that aren't currently accommodated. I think really key here is we do believe we can accommodate the program components that increase officer and staff wellness and health, and that is really critical for mental and physical health as individuals and to support their resiliency to continue to provide services in the community. I can't tell if I'm seeing any questions percolating.
No.
All right.
Let's,
Here we are. So numbers-wise, and again, this gives a little bit of perspective. I'm going to go to the two bottom lines. On paper, the space program needs for City Hall and Police total to about 128,000 square feet. Between the two facilities, we can offer 119,000 square feet. So that allows, and that helps you kind of understand some of those differences. We do add the qualifications here that with a number of the site features, there are limitations for our ability to expand in any one direction.
Okay, we're going to take a break. 7 minutes, and we'll be back.
Sounds good.
Should have done that before it started.
Okay. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are back on the air. Susan, complete your presentation, please.
Thank you very much. We will move into a discussion of maintenance. So that is on a separate site. That's at your, I was about to call it Forest Hills.
Frontier Court.
Frontier Court. Starts with an F. Thank you very much, Ryan. I appreciate that. So this facility, and you're, again, similar to City Hall and Police, has a mix of good, poor, and fair for the existing building. The site does have capacity. It is controlled. Right now, the facility and its renovations are simply from an earlier era of public works delivery. So not meeting the functional needs in quite the same way. Capacity-wise, and when we look at a maintenance facility, the numbers are different because a major portion of the facility is vehicles. And so rather than a square footage for a staff member at a desk, you're talking about the size for a piece of truck or equipment. And so the deficiencies that we see are, the existing, and again, what I'm going to refer to this, and this comes into play with maintenance, enclosed program space is 93,000. The recommended square footage is 173,000. And that would allow us to meet and to address spaces for staff, for vehicles, and equipment, utilizing industry best practices. And I will note that that also is up to a point and up to the point of the capacity of the site. That charts out at the kind of 20-year plus to about an 80,000 square foot deficiency. When we look at the facility, the diagram that you see, and I will note, our project team includes Ortel Architects. They are public works specialists, so they really live and breathe these kind of operations, the needs, the applicable regulations. So they've been partnering and working directly with Ryan and Jeff and team on this work. This diagram includes in the more solid colors footprints of existing buildings. In the shaded colors, those are either new additions or new or relocated items on site. So we're looking, the recommendation at the program standpoint is to add about 72,000 square feet. Improvements can be prioritized. Right now, one of the most critical needs is the administrative area. So being able to add on to that would immediately address a pretty significant, and you can see this, it almost doubles and maybe slightly more than doubles in size, the administrative area. Public works facilities in the past, you didn't work in the same ways, and there are simply more people in the way that you work and the way that you collaborate. You need that workspace. This allows, the long-term recommendations allow critical equipment to be parked undercover during seasonal use. You're hearing a couple of qualifiers in there, which is there's a difference between undercover and to be in a temperature-controlled or a thermally controlled space. So this is one step better than outdoors and open. And during seasonal use, what we're still looking at is the need to use some potential off-site solutions for long-term equipment parking needs. It is not uncommon, although it does add a slight layer of inefficiency, to utilize more than one site for public works, because then staff have to rotate vehicles. Typically, it's seasonally, so that you bring in the vehicles you're using.
They use the brown building right now for some.
Correct.
Yes. And so that would be something to consider here. Some of the additions and potential renovations are things that could be considered. For instance, improving the wash bay functionality. This would meet current industry best practices. In detail, it's not currently a part of the study. So there's been a lot of development, and actually, as the chief had noted about police, similar is true for public works. Conversations are continuing and have really continued even in the last few days. So the recommendations here continue to be refined. So from a numbers standpoint, the projected space needs are 173,000, and the adaptation of the site gets you to 162,000. This is a landlocked site. Right now, there isn't capacity to increase outside of your current property boundaries. What we would note is that, again, from the current square footage, you are improving your functionality. And that varies with each of the parts of the operation. You're really increasing it as it relates to administration. You're providing a measure of improvements for vehicle storage. If there were commitments to the long-term changes to things like the relocation of the fuel island and some of the additional salt storage, you might also improve some of the site laydown and yard space. But this is also one with a qualifier. The site would be used to its maximum potential, and you would be at capacity for your parking, your yard, and your open and your cold storage.
20 years?
This is another, you would meet it, which is
Day one.
day one. You will have some challenges. Now, again, what I would note with maintenance, and I'm going to ask Ryan to chime in, is that the team has discussed the feasibility, the benefit, the value, the possibility of to what extent could you phase maintenance. And because there are different components, there's an administrative office building, there's a vehicle storage bay, right? These objects are different elements on site. That is something you could consider if you needed to. It is important to look at the long-term capacity of the site and simply acknowledge that it has a limit to how much it can provide. And I don't know, Ryan, if you want to chime in with additional context.
The building's worn out, has really good bones. The structure's really good from when they found it, but it is worn out. It's aged dramatically. Everything from the carpets to the walls, our humidity problem in there is somewhat dramatic. We've had envelopes seal themselves during the summertime with humidity problems. So we have those challenges. What they're showing, or what, if we went back one slide, I know we don't want to go backwards, that would be such an incredible.
You have another thing that you want us to address.
Yeah. I know I talk in circles. This would be such an incredible, huge improvement over what we have now. This would allow for multiple conference rooms. Right now, we have 3 groups. I want to have a Monday or a morning meeting every day. And there's one conference room that will fit just one of the groups. Now we'd have enough conference space that they could go in and get things together and figure it all out, all when they wanted to have it, not based upon when his utilities going to be in there and the streets can go in later, what have you. And just the functionality would be greatly improved. Mr. Venable's an audience. I pick on him a lot. Our technology aspects could be significantly enhanced. We're just way behind the times when it comes to that. So could we phase things? Of course we could. We really need to take care of the things that are, to get the site, just the existing building back up. Number one thing, so we don't lose the building, so we don't go from having good bones to not having good bones. We got to fix that first. We really need the administrative work so we can do that more effectively. The expansion, if you go look at the new fire station, there's a lot of space between the vehicles that are there. Right now, we're just all packed in. All the vehicles have gotten a lot bigger. That expansion doesn't put many other vehicles actually under cover. It gets closer to best management practices for spacing of vehicles, if that makes sense. So yes, we may get a couple more there. The original drawing showed went all the way out to the parking stalls that are shown north and didn't even work. We couldn't even get around the site. So this is a nice hybrid version of what we could do to make our situation a lot better. And, but yet, are we at 100% perfect? No, kind of the similar discussion we had last time.
Yeah.
But Grammy, compared to where we are now, we could operate much more better and efficiently with a layout like this and get it done.
Good information, and it's to the point. And so from a policy perspective, as we look at the numbers and where we'll sequence the phasing of all of this, it's just making sure that you get what you need for the next 10, 15, 20 years.
Right.
And every building, we are in Burnsville, Susan, everybody needs to understand, we're 27 square miles, we don't have any other land. You know, so when people say your landlocked, we are. That's the reality of the environment we find ourselves in. So, where are we going to go get land?
Lakeville.
Yeah. I like that. We could do a hostile takeover.
Got a lot.
Aren't there some little townships we could just?
Credit
You
River
want
just
to do an
incorporated, so-
annexation?
Yeah, we could just take Credit River.
Yeah. So let's talk about the reality of where we're at and where we need to go.
Yes.
So, you know, and that's it.
Excellent.
I will preface this with, I purposefully did not look at this section of background so that I could have the prior discussion without having that in my mind.
I did look at it, so I'm gonna look at you when it's given to us.
I'm gonna throw up. All right, let's do it. Rip the Band-Aid.
We're getting to the
already see
point
the
where
blood.
everybody is getting
Certainly.
punchy,
Yes.
so.
Which is the fun point. We are looking at a page here that has two kinds of numbers. The top numbers are what we would include and recommend that you include in continued capital improvement plannings as part of your regular planning. So this is, about 10 years or so. So those are, if you decided not to do any renovations, this is just from our team's detailed assessment of the buildings, things that are cracked, broken, end of life, about to die, should be renewed, should be refreshed. This is a baseline number for each set of facilities, and we're grouping here, that essentially would be your, what I'm referring to as your do-nothing scenario. So if you made no other changes to the building, we are simply affirming your capital improvements planning for the next few years. So that's the 8.4 million for City Hall and Police, 8.9, which really rounds just about to 9.0 for maintenance. What I will say is, again, because those are almost a do-nothing scenario, those do include an understanding, as you would in any capital improvement plan, that you would anticipate some modest interior renovations over time. Refreshing a bathroom, changing an open workstation into an office. So a component of those costs includes that. The numbers at the bottom are separate from the numbers above. You don't add them all together, they are separate. The numbers at the bottom represent the costs for each of the colored diagrams that you saw for the facilities. That is, if you were to invest in the facilities, what we would note is that with something like City Hall, there's essentially a gut renovation, which means your lights come down, your mechanical comes down, and so those costs are included. And those are things then that's why we don't add these two numbers together, because those costs, there's that same scope lives in the different buckets in different ways. When we take a look at a construction cost, 22 million for City Hall and Police, so that's two facilities, each with new construction additions and different degrees of interior renovation. A couple of limited areas in police where we would use the term gut renovation, whereas in City Hall, you're looking at a fair amount of gut renovation work because of the rather significant reconfiguration of spaces. The construction cost is the cost to build. That is a 2022 cost. We have a slide just after this that escalates that number into the future. In studies like this, we often provide both the construction cost and the estimated total project cost. The total project cost, and that is, sometimes we call that the hard cost and the soft cost. The hard cost is the cost to build the building. The soft cost is everything else. It's permits, it's professional services for design and engineering fees, it's some test boring, hazardous materials removal if that's necessary at a facility. All of that is part of your soft costs. Sometimes in a study, we just use a percentage. It tends to live in the kind of 30 to 35% range. In this study, because of the detailed conversations we've had with department and staff, including Tom and IT, this actually is what I would say is an informed project cost. So we have line items for technology upgrades, for security upgrades, and that is based on our understanding and our conversation about specific needs. So for City Hall and Police, the total project cost in 2022 dollars is $29.8 million. For maintenance, your total project cost would be $19.5 million. And again, those numbers are distinct between the improvement costs and what I would refer to as a capital project cost. Now, what's important is that those numbers that I just mentioned, 29.8 and the 19.5, those are today. That would be if you were going out to bid now. You're not going to be able to go out to bid now. You haven't gone through the design process. You don't even know yet if it's appropriate to pursue any of the recommendations that we've put forward. So the earliest, in all likelihood, if you were going to pursue it, would be the 2023 costs. That's aggressive. That would require some decision-making, but that would be the first number I would look at. So for City Hall and Police, that's 32.2. For maintenance, that's 21. We've heard before, and I think, Madam Mayor, you rattled off the percentages absolutely appropriately. Right now, escalation, in construction we use the word escalation. It's also the word inflation. We use escalation because it ramps our numbers up. In this volatile market, we are seeing everything from 4 to 6 to 13 to 15 to 16. Because it changes by project, by week, by month, it's not appropriate for us to use the highest number. So the Krause-Anderson team has used an 8% escalation from 2022 to 2023. Because we're still continuing to rebound from the pandemic, and we believe it's going to take the industry certainly more than 12 months to rebound, the escalation between 2023 and 2024 is at 6%. Now again, it could swing. If we continue to have challenges, those numbers could change. Over time, and I think this is over the last 50 years, right, the historical average of escalation is 4%. And so when we come to that difference between 2024 and 2029, that's at 4% per year. And a reminder, and the reason why you see the numbers jump, is that that's a compounded value. And so important to realize that that is compounded every year. And we use escalation as a protection for an increase in market and labor costs. And so that's how we arrive at these numbers. We've covered so much ground, you may not have questions yet, but I imagine with this group that there may be a few, so I open the floor.
No, we know what the numbers are. Hey, Dan.
Madam Mayor, may I add that this does not include our discussion about the gun range, for example,
No,
which
we heard that. We heard that, and you're going to work through all of that.
Yeah, but we'll get
I
this
understood.
updated
Yeah.
for the final report.
Right now,
Yep.
it's good for our people to understand what this cost is going to be. And then the thing is, what we need to listen to is what's going to happen with Fire Station 2. And then we need to give you some direction as to which are the priority items to work on right away. That'll get us to
Thank you very
to
much.
looking at the next step. Okay?
Question?
Yes, Kara.
Well, and part of our consideration that we will need to look at is, which, yes, we're going to be getting to Fire Station 2, so we'll get that information. So looking at this Phase 3 proposal in the different sections, looking at Fire Station 2, but we are also looking at a significant staffing increase and what that does as well.
Yep.
So when we're looking at all of this, it's not just one thing.
Yep.
It's looking at all
The
three of
global
those
picture.
sections
Absolutely.
and what that does to our, like, what are our residents going to pay in increases?
Yeah, well, with our facilities, there's not, the rate is the same. It's looking at how we're going to bond and how we're going to manage that cost. Because I'm looking at that, it's 50-some, but let's look and see what are the priorities. to move forward. So we're not going to do all of it. And then Greg and staff are going to have to come back and tell us whether we have the capacity, because it's not going to come out of our levy. It's going to be paid for through our facilities, through the utilities fund.
Right, but the money has to come from somewhere.
Yeah,
And there's only
yeah.
one place it can
Yep,
come from. I
yep.
mean, we can get it from them in different
Yeah,
ways.
but it's, you know, how do we
But we're
going to
still
bond and,
reaching
yeah.
in a pocket,
Yeah.
right? So we, you know, we need to have a full picture of what that looks
Yeah,
like.
and we can, and that's when we can say, you know, what are the what's a priority
Yeah.
project? Then send staff back to come back and say, here's how we're going to address it. And then we get the next picture in terms of moving forward and all of that.
Yeah, because,
Yeah.
you know, and I know residents, like, that will be a number one question they have,
Yep.
which is, you have different funding mechanisms and different ways of leveraging debt and that
Yep.
type of thing, but what does that mean to my personal finances?
Yep.
So
Yep.
I'm just giving staff the heads up that, you know,
Yep.
that will be a question of,
Yep.
you know, that we'll need to have that answer for our residents. So
Yeah.
thank you. I appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Good.
Thank you
Okay.
very much,
Thank
Council,
you.
Mayor.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay.
Very good job, Susan.
Yeah, Fire Station 2.
Very
I think
awesome.
that's CNH. You're up.
Once
I
again,
think it's good to see you guys back at the table.
thank you, Council, and thank you, Susan, and the rest of the BKV team for your presentation tonight. We are moving on to the Phase 3 facility space study as it relates to the fire station number 2. And joining us tonight from CNH is Quinn Hudson and Brooke Jacobson. And I am going to immediately turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Garrett, and good evening, Mayor and Council. We are glad to be here tonight, excuse me, and look forward to telling you about our portion of the studies tonight. As you know, we went through, the similar process we went through before, a lot of time spent with staff evaluating what our goals were and what, where their needs might be. We looked at the site and building, evaluated ordinances, and of course looked at best practices and standards and things, much as we did with the Station 1. So with that, all right, hit the right button. So just real briefly, the building is from late 80s, 34 years old, and it's 13,500 square feet with specifically 6 small single depth back drive-in areas. So at this point, I'm going to have Brooke cover some of the existing facilities studies, and we'll come back and I'll look at what some of the answers might be.
Okay, welcome, Brooke.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. So on the screen now is the list of the guiding principles, which you've heard about all night. These were developed when we did the Station 1 project. They're a fantastic resource that we worked throughout that project, and one that we keep coming back to throughout all the phases of this project as well. We're showing them in a slightly different order. They're all important. Some just have more impact when it comes to the fire station. So we're kind of going through in that order. So the first one up is healthy. I won't read through them all. I'll just kind of point out a few things. Some of the larger items of impact. The current station is not meeting the carcinogen separation in several ways. So we don't have good transitions between our what we call our hot and our cold zones. So the apparatus space opens right up into the firefighter workroom. That space that they go in and out of constantly is completely open to the kitchen, the day room, and the dorm. So very unhealthy as the carcinogens easily move through that space. The filtration units in the app bays are not effective at this time, and there's no vehicle exhaust system, the Plimo vent, which you saw at Station 1. And some other instances, the EMS decon, for instance, is in the same room as the residential laundry, so you're getting that cross-contamination in that space. Moving on to functional and flexible. So when we went through and did the programming, we looked at everything that they would need to meet the operational needs as well as industry standards. And what that came down to is we had a shortage in the existing facility of 22,650 square feet. So not only are we not meeting our current needs, but it also doesn't allow for any future needs and growth. And as you can see kind of in that photo on there, we have storage and with decon spaces, everything's kind of crammed in, and it's just not flexible in their regular operational day-to-day usage. On the safe side of things, we currently don't meet the NFPA station standards, design standards, excuse me. Again, you can see in that photo, we don't have good clearance around the apparatus. So we're super close to that front door. They can barely move. They have just enough room to barely get through. From bay to bay, the apparatus are parked side by side, and they can't open the doors at the same time. And they also don't have drive-through bays, which becomes a huge safety factor. And unfortunately, due to the size of the site and the location of the building, there's just no other way to get around that. And then there's no separation for apparatus and private traffic. So right now, the majority of the parking is on the east side of the building. That's public and firefighters, so that can cause some issues there, except for 2 stalls that are directly in front of the apparatus
Yeah,
bay
it's not a welcoming entrance.
And yeah,
Not
I will
like
get to
the
that
same
next.
as
Yes.
The old fire station one. Where is the entrance? The same thing over at 2.
Right. People don't really know where to go when they come into park, and you could easily get in the way of the firefighters trying to respond. So the next guiding principle is efficient and effective. So the current building has a very high energy use. Due to the older, inefficient mechanical systems and the thermal value of the building, it was built in a different time. Yeah. The functions are spread out in different rooms, so they're not, there's not an area that's specifically set for decontamination. It's kind of in multiple rooms, and then it's combined with other functions, and so it's just a very inefficient operational flow for staff. So moving on to sustainable, we're currently not meeting the current lead strategies due to what you saw on the previous slide, but the high energy use and the inefficient systems, we can't really meet any low efficiency mechanical systems in the building. There's really no room on site to deal with any stormwater treatment. And then there's very poor indoor air quality due to those ineffective air filters, the lack of a vehicle, tailpipe exhaust system, things of that nature. So moving on to fiscally responsible. Some of the keys here, so it's just after we looked at the building, the existing facility, talked to the department, went through all the needs, it's just not economically viable to remodel and expand. Part of that is the first thing, the apparatus bays, which is kind of the large portion of the structure. We just can't fit everything in there safely and meeting design standards. So in order to meet those design standards, we would have to widen and lengthen the apparatus bays, which doesn't work with the current bearing walls that are there, which means we're adding in new columns, which get in the way of things and just make it harder to function in there. It's also much like the other project mentioned, to go to a second story on the existing building is just not viable with the existing structure. It wasn't built for that, doesn't have the capacity to hold that. And then to even meet the full needs of the program and the space, the entire building would have to move forward on the site. There's just currently no room right now to even expand the building at its current location. And then, as you mentioned, Madam Mayor, welcoming to the community. You said the entrance to the building is on the west side of the building, and the main parking is on the east side of the building, except for one handicap stall and one regular stall, which is right in front. But they're not even, you can't even see the entrance from those stalls as well. So it's really,
You have to park on a street to even.
And then it's just because of where everything's located, it's just very confusing to the public and unsafe in that matter too. So just in conclusions, based on the guiding principles we just went through, there's just definitely significant shortcomings in pretty much every category across the board. And then when we were compiling the program, we identified that, that 22,600 square foot shortfall. which means that the current station is literally less than half the size it needs to be for them to be fully operational, functional, safe, healthy, all those items. And then just due to the existing structure and positioning of the building on site, the addition, straight additioning and remodeling just is not physically and financially feasible. I'll turn it back to Quinn.
Yeah, thank you. So obviously, from that, we've kind of identified through the study process that a additional remodel just doesn't make sense at the location. So we looked at what are the next steps instead. And so we came up with two options to investigate tonight. And one is to tear down the existing building and rebuild on that existing site. So that's one thing we'll look at and we'll talk about as an option. And then the second option would be to relocate to some unidentified site where that was not part of the study, but to develop a site that would be available within the right response district and then have that more idealized site to build on as well. So we'll look at both. So first of all, just as a recap of the square footages, the current building, 13,529. So on the two options, rebuilding on the existing site, we can see we show 33,920. That is absolutely maximizing the site. We'll talk about that in the next thing, but that is as big as we can get with that approach. Where if we use more of a guiding principles, ideal site, the building would be slightly larger. Not a whole lot, but there we're showing 34,785. So just a little bit bigger building. So first, we're looking at the existing site option. So if we were to rebuild on site, and I'll have a site plan next, but we would, this is what would fit and how that might happen. We're showing in orange apparatus bays. The gold is the decon and support in between, with the green is the operation space behind that. So it needs, because of the width of the site, and again, I'll look at that in the next image, the apparatus basically takes the whole front of the building. There's no way to put any side-by-side, create entrance in a different way. Second floor in this approach would have a opportunity to have all the residential elements on that second floor over the top of the operation items, and then some training activities in the gray in between. So, looking at that on the site and how that fits, it's a little hard to see in color, but there is a building setback line that we're addressing. We're to the edge of the building setback on every line except for where the parking is, and we can't get any closer and get parking in. So it's showing that we are maximizing this site with this approach. The other things that it's meeting, but to be clear, it is meeting primary needs. There's some things that are on the goals that we aren't quite meeting, and then we'll look at that later, but it is meeting primary needs. So is an option for that. We are able to separate the apparatus flow and parking, but we aren't able to separate the firefighter parking and public parking. That would be in the same parking lot on the east side or right side of the site.
Can
we
you
also
pull in the apparatus straight like we do in Fire Station 1? I don't see it.
Yeah.
They have to back in.
They would have to back in. That was my next bullet point, is that the apparatus would have to back in. And not only would they have to back in, they have to back in actually using 122nd Street. So there is a safety concern with doing it off of that. So then there's one of the things we don't have, and when I'm saying we're hitting primary items, but we're not getting additional public space as an option. And then, of course, entrance is still going to be more obscured. It's not as direct as we would like to see it, and as welcoming. So there are definitely some impacts of this that we'll go through. Switching to looking at a unidentified but a relocation site, there we would organize much more like Station 1 is, where we have the apparatus bays along the side, and then to the adjacent to that, we would have operational space and a public entry. We've dashed in a little red dashed line showing that there are opportunities as an option to add some more public space, whether it's more meeting space, things that can be used by others other than the fire station. That is really looked at as an option, but that just showing with this approach, with the site, that would be possible. Absolutely not possible on the other site. Looking at second floor, again, the residential wing would be over the top of the operations, and we'd have some training over the top of decon. What a site might look like, and this is showing a minimum site. The site could be larger and fit depending on site usage. If we had a ideal site where it's flat, not, no wetlands, none of those things, this would be the size of the site. And this is about a slightly over a 3 acre parcel. As a comparison, the existing site is 1.68 acres. So ideally, we'd want to have almost double of what the current site is. This would allow for full pull-through apparatus bays, firefighter parking separated in the back, public parking up front, a very direct entrance, things like that. So,
Real quick, can I just interject? Just between the two, because we didn't quite talk about it, but on the existing station, they would temporarily have to relocate to be able to physically tear down that building and build a new building, whereas on the relocation site, they could still operate out of that existing station while the new one is being built, and then move once it's complete.
Just like we did with Fire Station 1.
Correct.
and that's a very significant, thank you for reminding me to bring that up, for sure. Because that is something, and we did build that into the cost of that option, but even at that, it would be a very limited temporary site. So we can expand upon that when we get to costs.
Yeah.
So again, comparing based on the guiding principles, how do each of these, check out? And so going through on healthy, obviously, if both cases we're building new, so we would have the opportunity to build in a lot of the health requirements. The one spot that we're not quite making it is exterior open landscape space, because on the existing site, we're just short of space. Looking next on functional and flexible, existing site is making many of the other goals. Obviously, the relocation site makes them all. There's a few shortcomings, both on operational during construction, which, again, as Brooke was pointing out, is a significant functional impact. It's something they could work through, but it is not ideal. Secondary operations, meaning there's a few things that we aren't being able to get on the other site, on the existing sites, that would be a compromise. And then, obviously, there's no opportunity for future growth on the reuse of the existing site. Safe workspace and live, yes, we would meet NFPA standards and best design. Yes, we would definitely do that. But there would be some trade-offs on the existing site for both the back-in, which is significant, and not as safe to back in off of that, and then also the mixing of the firefighter parking and public parking is just not ideal as well on the safety side. Effective and efficient. Here, there's significant shortcomings on the existing site, because to fit all the things that we show in that one rectangular box, we have to make some compromise with the shapes and the orientations of the spaces to fit what's there. We can't do ideal proportions, ideal relationships, again, because we're limited on size. So, the existing site does not, meet many of those guiding principles. Sustainable, in all cases, it'd be a new building, we would be meeting all sustainable guidelines in that sense. Welcoming to the community. Significant shortfallings on the existing site, again, because of the inability to really bring a nice front entrance, create that common space, and of course have the option for more public space, and that none of those are available on existing. Of course, on a relocation, it would be a possibility. Fiscally responsible. So here we're looking at prices. As we talked about previously, we broke it out into hard costs, soft costs, and then temporary facility costs under the existing site. So that $661,000 that's shown there represents both rental of some existing building within the right portion of the city, as well as some remodeling to make that work as a fire station. And so it's reduced number of apparatus, it's reduced number of spaces. Some of the decon would happen at Station 1 rather than here during construction, but it's kind of the minimum approach because it's a short-term use. So that gets us to 20.45 million with that approach, and those are 2023 numbers. That would be, not today, that would be next year, at the point at which you could go out for bids. On the relocation site, hard costs are just a little bit higher, soft costs are, a little bit lower, and there is no temporary facility costs. But on the end, your 20.14 million, ultimately, they aren't all that far apart, so cost really isn't the big driving comparison here. It's really some of the things that lead to the difference between the site. Footnotes there are important. Neither of these costs address land or what do you do with existing building if you move to that relocated site. We evaluated, what that might mean. Land would be somewhere between existing, so we have swap or purchase on the, reuse, swap, or purchase, I should say. So from the reuse side, obviously, there's no land cost to that. On the, swap, that might also be, what are you trading off within the city? Maybe little or some cost to that. And then if you were to purchase all new property, something in the 1.5 million for that. So there's some variety of costs in that would be dependent on your feedback. From there's also existing building. If you do go to a relocation site, you have an existing building, you can either sell it, demolish it and sell the property, or reuse it for another function. And so those are all choices that would be brought back as possibilities. There's some value to that. In the end, all those choices together are still a smaller fraction of the total cost of the project. Real, I don't mean it that way, but it's not something you would decide based on solely. You really, the bigger decisions are how are we meeting those guiding principles. So with that, I also have inflated numbers just to see what the future would bring. So we're starting with the 2023 number that we showed there, and I'm using the relocation option. So that's 20.14. The year after, inflating it, that same 6% that we've been talking about, we all kind of agree those are appropriate numbers to be looking at now. And that would be 21.35 million. And then in 2029, that's just short of 30 million. Okay. So recommendations between the two. From that, first of all, we definitely strongly recommend that the current building is not expandable. It's just not a good choice to get close to meeting the goals. Between the two, reuse of existing site and relocation site, we feel that you're gaining so many more of the goals indicated in guiding principles at really about the same cost. We feel that is the best value and makes the most sense long-term for the city. So that's our recommendation on that. So, with that, any questions?
Well, no questions, but I'll just remind everyone and our staff, when we started to talk about Fire Station 2, one of the things that I had asked staff to perhaps take a look at, because there is no land available, is parkland. Whether we have parkland that we might use and do a swap. So that's one thing, because we all understood, and I'll remind everybody, that when we looked at Fire Station 2, we understood that it was a site that we can't do what we need to do for the future. It's just not functioned. So with that, members of the council, as we look at the facilities, I would recommend that we direct staff to look at City Hall and police and come back with more information for us as we look to the future. And then to look at maintenance and Fire Station 2 and do some more work around that, because I understand that we need to do some more work around all of that. But I would say that the priority, and I'd like your support on this, is to look at City Hall and police as the phasing to be the priority to move forward. And then you can do the research for Fire Station 2 and also take a look at the expansion for the maintenance building, and that'll come back. Members of the council, your thoughts?
Could I
Yeah.
rephrase to make sure that I understand
Yeah.
what you're saying?
Yeah.
So your proposal is that we look at the remodel and expansion of the maintenance facility and Fire Station 2 as our nearer-term objectives, and so we do more development on those two, and that City Hall and police are to be looked at further in the future.
No, right now. City Hall
Okay,
and.
good that I
is the
rephrased that, 'cause
priority.
I'm making sure I
Is
understand.
the priority. City Hall and police is the priority.
Is the priority, and maintenance and Fire Station 2 are
Is
further in the
sec-
future. Okay, I had that reversed,
Yeah.
so good that I asked.
Yeah.
However, does that include, because we were looking at, in the maintenance facility, the concern was that if we don't do about 9 million just on repairs, that there will start to be, like, the building will start to become unusable.
I think that's some of the work that staff will need to bring back to us. But I'm just saying the priority needs to be City Hall and police. We have a lot of information for that, for us to move forward. And that, and then Fire Station 2 and maintenance be the second on the priority list. Yes, Greg?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Schultz, to your question, I would make no assumption, based on your previous direction, that we wouldn't continue to plan to maintain the structural integrity and the good bones of the facilities that we currently have. So, let's say, in an example, that we say maintenance is your third priority.
Right.
We would continue to plan, and our current plans already reflect maintaining the integrity of that facility, and we certainly would prioritize continuing down the strong path that Garrett and his team and others have prioritized in terms of taking care of our facilities. So the sky's not falling on any of these facilities, and we would continue to make sure that that's the case.
Garrett?
Madam Mayor, if I may, and I may regret this because I've been doing studies for the last however many years, but would you be open to considering directing staff to move into a pre-designed study for, we would wrap up this study, make sure you have good information, with a next step of a pre-designed study for City Hall and Police to really get into the final numbers, simultaneously be doing something similar for the operational admin side of things at City Hall to get really good numbers and understand what that looks like, while BJ and other staff are looking at what our land options are for a fire station. And that could all be running simultaneously without any commitment to construction,
Hey, listen.
but refining that information.
Do what we need to do to keep
Okay.
this moving. And you all know how that needs to be done. And Chief, use the excellent process that we did with Fire Station 1 and resulted to the product that we have that everybody, agrees to and have been, everybody just thinks it was an excellent project. So, but yes, so council, are you okay with going with?
idea.
Yeah, and going with City Hall and police.
Continue planning on the others
Yeah.
as well.
If I can
Yeah.
ask our chief a question. So on Fire Station 2, how is that functioning right now? Like, looking at how it is right now, how it's functioning, that type of thing. What if it is something that doesn't get to for 5, 6 years or however long?
So, yeah,
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, council members, Councilmember Schultz. It's a good question. It'll remain functional, right? We'll make it work. Is it a best practice? No. Does it meet all the health and safety requirements? No. Does it have a lot of those best practice things that make it functional for our staff? It absolutely does not. I think Brooke did a good job of explaining how the carcinogens are making it from the apparatus bay into the living quarters, and there is no place for them to shower in the bay. Frankly, their fire gear is stored in the apparatus bay, right next to the exhaust.
Yeah.
There's no other place to put it. So we'll continue to operate in that method, right? So we just don't have any other thing we can do with it. There's just no other place to go. And you also talk about functional. We can't even put our ladder truck down there. So if the engine down there breaks down, we have to move the engine from station 1 down there because we can't move the ladder, you know? So from a functionality standpoint, it really limits our ability to operate as efficiently as we could. So will we make it work and respond to every call that's out there? Absolutely. Our staff do a phenomenal job of making things work. Again, I think someone else said it, the sky isn't falling, right? It works. It's just not functional and safe to the best of our abilities. And when you compare that to what we did with Station 1, now you really can kind of see the benchmarking or the difference between the benchmarks there.
And is it healthy with all the carcinogens that they're breathing? You know? And one of the things is that I do know how many of our firefighters have contracted cancer.
Yep.
So I'm very aware of that health issue.
If I may
Yeah.
ask the
Sure.
similar question to our chief. How is the functionality of the police station right now? And how would that be for the next 5 or 6 years, saying nothing changes?
Right. I mean, we have a good space, a much better space in terms of functionality. So our I guess our biggest concern is just we're already outgrown it. So it's just space needs actually for staff, and as we're looking at adding staff, we don't have any space for it. But can we make it work and whatever? Yes, that's what we've been doing.
Yeah.
And the wellness piece and the training. So those are just things that weren't considered in the initial project that we did before that were now becoming that like, okay, we're having trouble doing what we're doing, but we don't have, in terms of health, in terms of like physical health, we're okay that way.
If I may ask, oh, sorry, did you?
No.
If I may ask the same question of Ryan, but for maintenance.
My opinion is if we were to delay there, we need to figure out how we're going to budget and make the $9 million in the repairs. So
Okay.
if we do a large project with expansion, then we'd want to include a lot of those
Absolutely.
maintenance things at the same time.
Yeah.
If it's going to be a while, we should start figuring out, and that is not in the facility budget right now. Money of those, maybe it's 10%, 20% of that may be in the budget at this time. But the full-on cost of that is not sitting waiting to be done,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So if it's gonna be pushed out, then I think we need to figure out how to get some of those things done quickly, or not, quickly might be too strong a word, but we need to start planning for them. If
Yeah.
we're going to do a big project, then I think we could wrap it all into one.
Yeah, and I think you all need to bring that back to us. And I would trust that, Greg, you and our design team and everybody would do that work, just like we've done with the other things. But right now is that you all need priority, and that's what I am suggesting to my colleagues, so that we can start the process of looking at the numbers and so forth, and the design.
And if I may
Yeah.
ask our city manager the same question, but about City Hall itself.
Yep. I would say that that the City Hall project is highly dependent on police needs, and I don't want that to be missed in tonight's
That's right.
discussion.
It's very
And I
connected.
would also say that the functionality and flexibility of City Hall space is becoming challenging to realizing our strategic priority and our vision around being an employer of choice. It doesn't mean that things are broken,
No?
but it is an operational concern. All of what you've heard tonight and my view on these projects, Councilmember Schultz, kind of to your question to each of our department heads, if you were to ask me what our priorities should be as a city organization, I would tell you that we should immediately continue with what Garrett has suggested, that pre-design on police in City Hall would be my top operational priority, followed by some good financial planning and operational planning around identifying potential land acquisition, answering some of the questions around Fire Station 2. We're going to need some time on that. I would also say that although maintenance is not necessarily my lowest pick or priority, we have more work to do on that project, and I think realistically we need a little bit more time on that one to best understand what the right plan forward might be for you. So that's how I would kind of order the priority from a organizational perspective.
Okay, I appreciate that. You asked for all of our views. This is how I'm looking at it. And I greatly appreciate that, Greg. If we spend the 9 million to bring the maintenance facility, not really changing much to it, but basically that's throwing 9 million away on a project that's 20 million. You're raising your hand, so what am I saying incorrectly?
Yes, thank you. Pardon me. I just wanted to chime in. The 9 million projected for capital improvements at Public Works is something that Kraus Anderson has looked at as a total amount spent over 10 years. They have also prioritized those needs into priority ones, which are critical deficiencies and known failures, priorities 2 and 3. I will have to come back to this, but the priority 1 numbers are the pieces that we would recommend pursuing in a kind of 0 to 3 year window. I'll have to get back to you with that final number. I believe it's under 3 million, but it is not 9 million, just to address that use of the value.
Yeah.
That value was projected over time, looking at when certain elements would reach end of life, and that is not all in 2023.
Okay, so that's over the 10 years. 9 million is over the 10 years, but looking at the first few years is around 3 million, so that's a smaller bite. The situation I don't want to get in with maintenance is what we're currently seeing with police, right? Fire, to me, Fire Station 2, I realize the challenges in getting land use and that type of stuff. Personally, I see that as our highest priority because this is the safety and well-being of the people who work there. It's not a functionality issue. I mean, there's functionality issues. And there's functionality issues with all of them. But this is our only project that we're facing that is a health concern to the people that have to work there. So that's just my personal view of this is that, and I'm fine with like going ahead and doing the study on all of it. Like I think it should move forward. But for me personally, fire is the number 1 priority out of all of these projects that are going on. The others, I mean, City Hall and Police, although they're priced separately, that's one project. You know, it is. And that is a huge bite. So I'm looking forward to seeing funding options and how we would accomplish that. But it also concerns me on our maintenance facility. I don't want to put money, and significant money, because even 3 million, that's nothing to sneeze at, to remodel something that really isn't working out well. So
you're going to have to come back and do it the same way because police wasn't done right, and we have to come back and redo it.
And I don't want to do that, right? You had to ride that pony, so let's not hop on her again and give her the whip. So that's my view on these. So but everyone else gets to
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
what their priorities are and their views of it, and that's fine.
Vince?
I'm gonna lean back on staff and hear, I mean.
Well, you
just
heard from
it.
Greg, it's police and city hall. And then we can still work on Fire Station 2 and the maintenance, and they'll come back to that. Dan?
I would go with what Garrett and Greg have had to say. The one thing I do want to say, though, and I've experienced this, and so have you, I know the police thing got kind of messed up a few years ago. We weren't here when that first happened, but it happened. But we've got to do it right. The Ames Center worked out the same way. We had a budget, wouldn't go $1 above that budget, and we lost all kinds of things. We didn't get our kitchens. We didn't get, equipment we needed for our theater. We couldn't book people because we didn't have any of it. We kept adding on afterwards. So whatever we do, let's do it right, so we don't have to come back and do it again. And, nobody likes to have to go back to the police department after spending $14 million and then go, okay, now we gotta do
And
that
it's
all
4
over again.
years.
Yeah, in 4 years.
It's 4 years.
Yeah.
No, I get that. I mean, mistakes have happened, but let's not be the council that continues to make those mistakes. If we're gonna do something, let's do it right.
So, police and city hall
Greg
first,
saying
and
that's his
then,
priority,
yeah. And then at the same time, Chief
far
BJ
would
is
we be
going to
looking
work
ahead for a year?
on all of the issues to get Fire Station 2 on, and Dan T., you'll work on the numbers. Yes.
All right, we're having a
Chief.
side conversation,
I'm-
and my apologies on that.
Okay, I'm good.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I just
Chief.
wanted to clarify, just for the record, we don't have the exposure kind of problems, right, with the physical kind of, but I want to call out that what we don't have is staff wellness space, mental health space,
Yeah.
physical space, and that is critically important too. And
Yeah.
I want to let that be known. I think we're all on the same page as where that goes, but I just want to make sure that, it's.
Yeah, and what people don't realize, that there is a lot of those health issues with police. And if anybody would want to understand that, Illinois, Highland Park, when you saw those police officers during that incident with their hands over their face, or the tears coming down their eyes, or their physicality, you know that they are under stress, and you know that those incidents are staying with them, because I know it does with our folks, and I know that their mental health has been in jeopardy. And some of them, I also know, have exited because of mental health. So it's very important. Greg, you had your hand up.
Yeah.
And Councilmember Schultz pointed out, we started a side conversation. I apologize for that. I would say that I don't take it lightly in a public meeting to prioritize between departments. That's not an easy place to be.
No.
And I would underscore what Tanya just said about their operations. At the end of the day, I'm most concerned about the police operations, and particularly the mental health and well-being of our officers. And from a facilities perspective, we have some real opportunity to change that dynamic, and that's where my prioritization thoughts come from. And that doesn't diminish. And I think the challenging reality here is there are some real health and safety concerns, to Councilmember Schultz's point, about our current Fire Station number 2 project. And frankly, we have quite a bit of work to do to understand the financial implications of moving 2 major projects forward, right, much less 3. So there's a lot of work to do in terms of planning and trying to best reflect those priorities and put a timeline together that we think is reasonable, again, based on the accelerating costs of all of these projects. There are real challenges there.
So,
Well, and so the question I asked was, when would we need to really seriously look at Fire Station 2 and get that going? And he was telling me 2 to 3 years.
And again, that's my opinion,
So-
based on my interactions with the leadership team, our consultants, and
So,
most importantly, Chief Jones.
Quite frankly, we are looking at 3 major projects at the exact time.
Well, City Hall,
Well,
City
I
Hall
mean-
and police, if we start the work that Garrett has suggested that we begin right now, bidding can be, well, this is pushing it, 23.
Oh, we've had this conversation,
Yeah.
Garrett.
Yeah, I know.
Bidding can be in 23, but you guys have to do a lot of work. I mean, but BJ?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, members of the council, in our experience, it's a year of design before you're ready
Yeah.
for, and
Yeah.
even if you were to say go now, by the time you RFP
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
an architect engineering firm,
Yeah.
you're looking at the end of 23 for bids,
Yeah.
just when you say go. So, yeah, I mean, I think to Councilmember Schultz's point, yeah, there's 3 major projects. I think it'd be tough to do them on top of each other,
Yeah.
just staff capacity wise, all of us supporting each other. That was
Yeah.
labor intensive to design Station 1, not just for the fire department,
Yeah.
but I would argue any department. I'm looking
Yeah.
at Tom right now, and the amount of work that
Yeah.
is for
He's
IT.
the one.
So,
I'm just glad he's still here.
Yeah.
you know, so I mean, I think to City Manager Lindbergh's point of, if you spaced them a couple years apart, if you design City Hall and police immediately, and then you, during that time, someone had suggested, looking for the land for Station
Yep.
2, that's a year project.
Yep.
All that, you can be 2-3 years out for that, so you can complete one project before you're ready
Yep.
to bid the next one out. Because I think the reality is, from a staff perspective, these are very labor-intensive projects,
Yep.
and we want to do them right.
Yep.
I think everybody's agreed to that, and, and then poor
And it
Dan's
takes
got the.
time. All of this takes time, and that's why I'm saying if we start now with police and City Hall, we don't get to bids until late 23. And then at the same time, you're looking at land and then also doing design work for fire station, and you also have to look at maintenance and all of that. So it's what we need to do, so, yeah.
So when you're looking at some of the information that we've requested and you're looking at that timeline,
Yep.
On that proposed timeline, we'll also need to include that, what can residents expect?
Yeah,
By that
absolutely.
timeline,
Absolutely.
right? So it won't be all at once, but they'll
Yep.
need to know, this year.
Yep.
And I also understand that those are projections,
Yep.
but
Yep.
we'll give them the best information that
Yep.
that
And
we
we'll
can
keep
come
it
up with.
updated, to your
Yes.
point.
And we'll do the same thing that we did with Fire Station 1, where there is a page on the website where they understand what is going on. And it's very transparent, so we'll continue to do that kind of work. Yeah. Greg?
I feel that I would be remiss not to remind the council that, although I've said to our leadership team a number of times, one of my single largest regrets of the last 3 years is the $26 million placeholder on future projects. I don't mean to be flippant about it. Councilmember Schultz, you bring up a very good point. We all can add, and we saw the total project costs of each of the 3 of these projects together. It is vastly off the mark from where we've put a placeholder in our financial planning. So part of this, to Councilmember Schultz's point, is I would like to take your direction around priorities, but then also put together a comprehensive plan that looks at each of the 3 major facilities projects that we've identified and puts together some options for consideration, discussion, and policy direction just around the financing of it, because frankly, I can feel Dan's eyes in the back of my head. Yeah, you are. That's true.
Yeah.
Just being honest, we don't have a plan pulled together for that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to need.
We're looking at 79 million.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You're
and this is the
talking
reason why.
79 million.
Yeah, with the 3 projects, and this is the reason why I'm
And that's
suggesting
just
that we
maintenance
move
is
ahead.
3 million. That's not even you getting your
Yeah.
9.
No, that's,
79, I think it does the whole thing, right?
No.
yeah,
No, because looking at the future dollars, that's City Hall 34 million, police 22.4, fire at 20, and then you're 3 million.
no, more. Okay, Garrett,
Okay. Madam Mayor and Council, we came into this evening with a lot of information to share and looking for a lot of feedback. And we got it, yes. And I personally appreciate the direction that you're supporting right now, which is allow us to wrap up these studies and with the feedback we got, move into the next stage on all of the projects, because we're not committing. It won't be throwing money away. That type of work will need to be done anyhow, and the next step will benefit from it. So we've seen any delay in time significantly increases it. This will allow us to move forward on all of them in their own ways. And then as more information becomes available, and as Dan T has an opportunity to look at financial planning, we'll be better positioned a year from now to determine what is our true next step right now that we have more information. So I appreciate that direction. I think it is the right thing to do, and it keeps all of these projects front and center. It doesn't necessarily prioritize any of them beyond what we think tonight is what the best thing is. But it doesn't, from a timeline, it doesn't prioritize us moving forward to the next step, I think is what I was trying to say, so.
And just a
Greg?
point of clarification, Garrett, what I'm hearing from the council tonight is that we will move into pre-design
For
on
police
police and
and
City
fire
Hall.
and City Hall.
And we will put together a comprehensive
Yeah.
plan that considers all three of the
Yeah.
major projects.
Yeah.
And keeps them moving at a timetable that would be proposed back to the council in our
Yeah.
next update to them.
That's it.
Are you acceptable to also pre-design on the maintenance facility? Because we do have a lot of, it is a small number from a consultant standpoint,
Yeah, it would
and
be
it'll be
fairly
beneficial
cost-effective
to
to do it.
whatever future project we do. I guess that would keep all of them
I would
moving?
prefer that.
Okay.
I'd look to the council for that direction.
Good with it.
So, yeah, Vince,
So, yes. Let's,
yes to
let's-
police and City Hall?
yes, let's
Okay.
proceed. That seems like the most complete plan in front of us and the one that we can get off the ground
Yeah.
first. It sounds like BJ and that team is going to continue to look for locations. I'm sure they already have been. But I did have a question for Ryan in the maintenance piece where the admin arm is critically important. So does that need to get moved up a list? Because what is critically important?
Okay.
Or Greg, sorry.
I guess what I was saying is, we do not want to not renovate our existing spaces to
Okay.
lose those.
Yeah,
The expansion would clearly help us operate more effectively, be definitely a better place to work. Can we continue? Yes, but I'd hate to not, my preference would be that we stay on the list of projects,
yeah.
We don't strike that.
that we
from-
don't strike
Yeah.
things out.
Okay.
And keep it going. I love Garrett's idea to include it with the pre-design, and then we can kind of see where we're at. That makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
and-
Sounds-
but-
It's kind of in the
Yeah,
same vein
because
as,
I'm looking at this executive summary that was given to us, that the maintenance facility has a construction cost of 15 million and a total project cost of 19 million.
Right.
So,
And Madam Mayor's, there is the indoor storage space, that's a factor of that. And that was some of the things we talked about, a phasing of, rather than dump $3 million into the building and waste that money.
yeah,
If 19 million total project is too much to bite off because of other projects going on, is a smaller $9 million, and I'm just pulling a number out of my head, more realistic to at least take care of not wasting that money and attacking those operational
Well,
spaces. and
that's
then
work that you all are going to
Right.
do and tell us what the phasing would be and the
part of the plan.
cost.
Correct.
You know,
Yep.
that's an operational function. It's not a policy discussion. The policy discussion is that, what's the priority for you all to work on? And it's police and City Hall. And at the same time, work on Fire Station 2, and then also look at maintenance, because the numbers are here. But those are today's numbers.
I think the bigger concern was, Garrett, don't go paint a wall that we're gonna tear down in 3 to 5 years.
Correct.
That's correct.
That is-
We don't want to do that. I don't
And
want
that's
to,
heard loud and clear.
yeah.
And I don't
wanna
think that needs to
spend
be said, but just
3
to
million
kind of
here, 9
reiterate
million
the-
there. We're not going to do to
said
maintenance what happened at police. No. Yeah.
I have one last question. So these are the big ones. Beyond city hall, police, maintenance, and fire, what should we expect to see after that?
There is something
Not asking to
called
go down
the
a
AIM
rabbit hole,
Center.
but if there were seeds to plant
Are you,
now.
yeah, are you asking for a staff perspective?
Yeah.
I would, Councilmember Workman, I would turn to my colleagues. I can say that these 4, now 3 really, major projects, City Hall, police combined, Fire Station 2, maintenance, are the identified needs. I would also be remiss not to turn to folks around the table. Clearly, we have a significant investment in our water treatment plant. Ongoing operations and maintenance there has been a priority. I don't know if there are major considerations there, Ryan. I would also point to Garrett. We have the Circle Garage across the street. We've talked about that. Again, we were maintaining that facility with the assumption that we would keep it as is. I would also say that we've made the same operational decisions around the ice center. Beyond that, I would look to my esteemed colleagues to correct me.
Well, let's not forget
Even if
that the
there's
AIM
nothing now,
Center
that's
is also, you know,
Well, I
coming.
mean, with the water treatment, we were looking at, is there an issue to fix with water quality? And so we were examining that of, is this a hard water issue or is this a taste issue? Because those are 2 different things with 2 different ways to possibly correct. And if I remember correctly, those also were not inexpensive fixes by any means. So I know that is on our agenda.
So we, if you don't mind,
Yes.
we plan on being here in
Right.
August to discuss a
That's
survey.
right.
Yeah.
August.
Of what the citizens felt about our water. We did get a fair number of responses that we'll be able to provide that for. We do spend a lot of time in capital planning on the actual treatment aspects of water treatment. The building, we're not experts in that as much. So, we ought to at some point have Crow Sanderson go through there and do something like they did similar to our building to see exactly where we're at on that. And then we're looking at every single park. I think we're sending a consultant out to every park. We have countless buildings. Those aren't the big ones you asked about, but we have,
But if there was like a clubhouse at Burnham Wood or things, that maybe we have blind spots on, but again, we don't need a comprehensive list, but if there was just things creeping in the background that would be good to know about.
I mean, they collectively took care, the ice center is in excellent shape. The water treatment, we have discussed, it's the one major building that it probably needs to have some attention to get a better understanding of its condition. The AIM Center, as our mayor referenced, is, we've been taking care of it, and it is still in good shape at this point. And then we have countless park buildings, including a maintenance shed and things like that, out in the systems that collectively they're millions of dollars, but none of them are things that we can't kick down the road as we work through all this.
They're not rotting at the trusses or anything. right?
Exactly, yes, we're not in needs to be condemned, or replaced. Right.
Councilmember Workman, to your question, I don't think that it would be a bad idea for staff to fully identify those facilities needs over the course of a reasonable time period.
Yeah.
I think that we could quantify and qualify this for the council from an information perspective with
In
a
a
little
new
bit
year.
little bit more precision and a little bit more thoughtfulness.
Think of it the same way of our road construction
It wouldn't be a
schedule.
bad idea.
We kind of forecast out, I don't know how many years we go out for road replacement. but-
15 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
putting together a model that might
It's
help
a
us to
a
get there.
capital improvement, it's a
wouldn't-
facility
it's a
improvement
CIP.
plan.
Wouldn't
It's
be
a-
a bad idea, and
Do more stuff.
Yeah.
give me the time to
wasn't my
talk to
intent.
Garrett and figure out about
Yeah.
capacity
Yeah.
and our ability to deliver on
Yeah.
that, but it's not it's a
Garrett is crying.
It's a,
Yeah.
it's a, yeah.
Garrett crying.
I didn't mean, that wasn't my intention.
I told
Garrett.
Garrett prior to tonight's meeting that I was going to look at his nonverbals, and I've done that all night. And this was really the first time that I saw any
Saw him
sense of
cry.
fear or
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not a priority.
It's no different than Ryan's capital improvement plan. This is just a facilities plan. Doesn't mean, but at least we understand
same,
what's
man.
coming down the road.
we will look at how we
Because-
might get that information to the council in a more intentional way in the future, if that's
And,
agreeable.
you know, next year's fine. I'm
Yeah.
not in a, it was just a
They're-
one-off question, not a.
They've got so much on their plate right
I
now.
know, that was not
I
a
mean-
formal ask. It was just kind of a,
But when you make
We were
those
spitballing.
asks, guess what our staff does?
you don't have to do everything I ask, you know.
I
It's
thought we
just,
were done with this till Garrett
Sorry.
said one
Yeah.
more thing.
Yeah. Ryan?
I have a slightly larger department than Garrett has to manage the CIP things that,
Yes.
so, Garrett does a lot with
Yeah.
his team with a much
And that's the
smaller-
reason why I said next year is fine. It
Yeah.
doesn't, you've got a lot on your plate right now.
Got it.
We hear
Yes,
you.
there will be a Christmas this year.
Yeah. Okay. Greg and staff, is it clear, the directions?
We will enter pre-design for police city hall. At the same time, we will parallel some pre-design for maintenance, hearing that the council's priorities are
And-
police city
and
hall,
find-
fire station 2, and the
Yeah.
maintenance facility.
Yeah,
And
fire
begin the
station too.
land search
And begin land search,
for
Yeah.
fire station.
following the model that we used for the fire station 1 project, Mayor,
Yeah.
to your point.
Thank you. Okay,
see if you can get
are
up
you
our
all
time
good?
range.
I feel great.
You,
So do I, Garrett.
hey Garrett, you never laughed and smiled when we were doing police. This is really something.
Madam Mayor, point of clarity for the council, just so you know what to expect in terms of information from staff. We will wrap up the needs assessment portion of the project. You will get a final report, both from CNH and BKV. I will provide, or Garrett will provide, all of that to you. Give us a little bit of time to wrap up the police city hall needs study. The next thing that you'll see from us is pre-design plan and potentially proposals for consultants on that, along with our next update or
Yeah.
check-in with you would be the comprehensive plan for implementation of each of these 3 major projects, should you choose to move forward with them.
Okay, are we good with this? Because Ryan is, because he's sitting here very patiently. Ryan,
We're gonna cruise.
you gonna cruise?
gonna
Okay.
Why don't we take a 10? No. I am gonna stand up and stretch my legs though.
Yeah, I need to.
Are we
Okay.
10 here? No, I'm just.
Okay, we're taking a 5.
Yeah, can we take 5?
I need to go medicate myself, I'm sorry.
We're back, and the next item is the Ice Center parking lot replacement discussion. Ryan, you have the floor.
Fantastic. We will go quick. I got my colleague Bob Sipka with WSB here to talk about it. He's a landscape architect. I got the first couple slides, he's got the middle, and then I'll finish her up. But basically, what we're trying to get at here is, when we looked at the space, we wanted to make sure we, as we talked about a lot tonight, did it right so that it can be as much of a usable space and have as many amenities as possible for all the different things that happen at that space, as opposed to just replacing the parking lot basically as is.
Yeah.
So this is a picture that they took last September. It actually shows the format of how it looks during the now branded Burnsville Festival. So it's kind of cool to see this is how it lays out when they're occupying the lot. But I'll go right on, and Bob can take it from here.
Welcome, Bob.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, staff. Same as what you've been hearing all night. So we've been working with Ryan and a lot of staff on just trying to vision how this parking lot could be repurposed, how it could be just not reconstructed, but, what are the options we really have? So our first option is, what's in front of you right now is just how do we rebuild the parking lot, which is, minimalist effort. We are gonna more or less come in with the machine and mill the asphalt as it is in place, do a little bit of improvements in terms of some tree islands and things to bring it up to kind of current codes that you guys have, and replace some lights. And then, that'd give you longevity of, probably, 15, 20 years of that lifespan on that. Our cost that we put to that parking lot, as you can see in front of you, is about $750,000, working off a $575,000 budget. And this doesn't include any of the extra power things that have been talked about with the fire musters and things like that. That is just purely the minimalist effort to more or less reconstruct the parking lot, more or less as it is, with the exception of the parking lot, or the tree islands, I guess. So then the next slide is spinning off of that as we kind of started talking more collaboratively with staff about what really could this parking lot be. There's talk of, the movies that happen over there, and the events, the circuit theme that happens between the round building and the ice arena, and, how do we look at multifunctional spaces that both enhance pedestrian safety and ADA, but we also think of vehicular circulation and how the circulation could be improved to make it flow better during large events. And then kind of being more stewards of the land, we were trying to figure out how can we deal with that large parking lot, the runoff that happens with it, which right now is just running off into the storm sewer and going to the pond to the east of City Hall. But how can we be better stewards of that and promote kind of green infrastructure and water cleanliness and B&B, so. This is the current concept that we are looking at right now. I did just kind of throw the aerial up in the top left corner just so you can kind of compare the two a little bit side by side. Some of the key things I just want to point out without going through greater detail. On the southern side, what we really did is remove one bay of parking against the southern curb line to allow for a pedestrian corridor, I guess I'll call it, through the parking lot. And that's just to provide a passageway to get people from east to west across the parking lot, which currently doesn't exist. Safety was really important. We know there's a lot of back and forth between the two facilities. So in terms of maintenance, we'll get into some weeds down the road. But right now, we just want to identify in a plan how are we going to move people through the site, but still maintain function and vehicular circulation. The other probably key item I would like to address is the connection from the parking lot east into the drop-off loop at the ice arena right now. We have actually removed that lane that's currently there. I don't know if you can kind of see it up in the aerial up in the upper corner, or if you're familiar with the parking lot, but it's kind of a congestion area during events and drop-offs. There's a lot of bottleneck that happens there. So we more or less just said, is there really a greater functionality to having that there? And by removing it, it would, number one, provide closer proximity for ADA parking. And I know Ryan and staff have been actually kind of communicating as well about EV stations. So the bay of parking on that easterly side against the entrance of the drop-off lane would be like EV charging stations, ADA parking, a dominant sidewalk connection that would connect the parkway to the ice arena, and then provide that ADA access from the ADA stalls to the site. The third point, I'm going to hop around a little bit. Third point is on the northern side. Again, it is a large parking lot that is not used year-round, so in terms of visual integrity, what we're promoting here is a BMP, but also a little visual enhancement, is that northern bay of parking would actually be like a green paving system. So it'd actually be a grass paving system that could be used for overflow parking. But most of the time throughout the summer and things, it would just be like a widened parkway of the greenway that you see when you drive up and down the parkway right now. So it would kind of widen that as a grass system and provide the BMP system. To build on the BMPs, there's some dash boxes that might be a little harder to make out. But what we're really talking about is doing some underground chamber systems that will actually move the stormwater under the parking lot and, well, that's kind of the slide we're talking to, but allow for the trees to actually called evapotranspiration. But we bring the water to the trees and the trees absorb some of that water. I mean, they're not going to drink hundreds of thousands of gallons, but they will help reduce the runoff as well as the water quality. More, I guess, utility or infrastructure things. The big one is power. So we have shown all new light poles in the parking lot, and then within that, we've also talked about bringing power in for festival power. And this is a large portion to the fire musters, but also other events that could happen that maybe are currently not happening due to the lack of power. So within these new tree islands, again, just to bring the parking lot up to code, we're gonna use those tree islands to create, I call it for layman's terms, like an RV pedestal that you see in a campground. So we'll set pedestals out there which will provide additional power for running certain events and power needs for those vendors, food vendors, rides, carnival rides, and other like movie in the park events, things like that could be used. There's some other minor points that I talk about a little bit later down the road as some amenities, but there's some placemaking things that you'll see the little orange boxes up there. I'll kind of hit on those in a bit, as well as some other kind of more, I'll call it like visitor experiences amenities that are in here. I'll hit on that here in a couple slides. I kind of recap those here in a minute. First piece is the sustainability. So this is, again, just the stormwater infrastructure of the parking lot. So the left side is kind of showing that layering effect. So the way that system is built is there's gravel with like a heavy-duty cell system that's infilled, and then grass grows on top of that. So you're seeing the system being constructed in the picture on the left, but in the end, you're seeing an all-grass system that would then interface or butt up to the asphalt parking lot. And then the right side is kind of that second system, which is, I kind of call that silva cell system, which is you're creating a structural engineered soil within those islands and lateral systems underneath the parking that connect them all together, which really is moving and transforming stormwater across the site in such a way to improve quality of the stormwater if it does leave the site, but also reducing the runoff from the site by doing these types of underground cell systems.
Does that produce healthier trees in those boulevards?
Well, it does reduce the amount of irrigation. That is something that we'll have to talk about. Obviously, tree islands are commonly stunting tree growth, I guess I'll say, for lack of better terms. So usually when we design trees, we say that the trees are going to grow maybe to like 2/3 or 3/4 of their size because of the environmental stress of the island effect of the heat coming off the asphalt and stuff. So it would provide kind of a more of a rejuvenating water source system that would provide, that ability for the trees to probably be more of that 75-85% instead of that 60 to 75% scale.
So the sidewalk would be at grade, all the water would drain here, we'd collect it in this curb line separating the asphalt from the parking stalls, and then the water would then be fed into these tree islands so it's water reuse right on site to help with those. I mean,
Ryan, what are the new points for this? Because you came and you asked, and we approved the resurfacing of the parking lot, but we also took away that entrance that goes into the driveway. So that was one of the things that you asked for, told us about, and also the sidewalk and the reuse of water. So, and you're going to have some lights. So what are the newer points that you're adding to this?
Probably the main thing, I don't know if Ryan hit on this, probably the biggest thing that is the latest evolution is the placemaking component of this that came about from staff, is they recognize that it's kind of on the campus. There's a lot of interaction that happens, not just in the buildings, but outside the buildings, pedestrian walkways, people that go out to lunch or they walk along the sidewalks around here on their lunch, and they said there's really no space out there that provides that placemaking piece. So what we have up above is kind of building upon that a little bit. So there's the upper left picture is kind of a little seating area that we talked about, and those would be along the parkway, those two little orange boxes that were kind of shown on the graphic before. And then we had a larger one, which was outside the ice arena. There's that kind of flower area, but there's that bigger green island to the, I guess, northwest of the entry doors. And we did say that's something that could actually be expanded upon. I mean, whether it's not just simple picnic tables, but I'm like, if there is interest, we can actually embed like game tables within the picnic tables. So it's not just a picnic table, it actually has a multi-purpose to it. So if there are events, obviously, probably in the winter, they won't be as heavily used, but if there are events that are happening there, people can kind of use that kind of space outside the ice arena as kind of a plaza or picnic space that has these added amenities. In addition to that, we've kind of embellished a little bit more of, again, those more kind of visual things. So they had brought up the idea of having some sort of banner system, whether it's at the entrance of the parking lot or somewhere along the parkway. So when there are events that happen, you know, the ability to have poles that are set up already to hang banners up to announce certain festivals or events that may be happening. And then the last thing is in the upper, I guess my upper right is including banners on the actual light poles in the parking lot that would kind of stem or build upon, again, events and themes and other elements that might happen in there, just to create that sense of place within the campus, so.
Okay.
See, I guess this is likely where we were going, trying to figure out how we're going to do this. If we want to do these expanded amenities, the project cost would be approximately $1.5 million. That'd be in next year's dollars, hopefully. We had the 575. We need to figure
Coming out of
out,
facilities fund, yeah.
yeah. We have to figure out the 425 yet.
Garrett, you getting more gray hair? Dan T?
There's gonna be a fist fight in the parking lot after the meeting.
He allowed me onto the project, and this is what happened. Stormwater fund, this is shown, I'll just go right to the next slide. That's here. So we are showing the sustainability areas funded through the CIP in the preliminary 2023. That should work. The placemaking, branding, event power would be approximately $150,000, which could be eligible for park dedication funding as it's enhancing the amenities there. And then basically this is the number we have to figure out if we want to go forward with this. There's options to figure that out, including delaying other facilities projects. It'd be a major delay of other projects that are necessary. We don't have a lot of $425,000 projects sitting around. This might be where I would perhaps recommend us going, phase 3 facilities. You know, if we were going to recommend City Hall and police first, perhaps we package this with that project, use the site as available for staging, and then when we're done, let's just go finish off that project over there at the same time. That would solve this problem. If we bonded for the whole thing, that would actually help out the facilities fund for other smaller projects by removing the 575. Otherwise, there's options such as increasing the levy for this, one-time dollars, or, I'm just telling you what they are, or I'm working with the landfill, and there may be some dollars associated with increased host fees that we are hoping to get. That'll have some more information there. So that's kind of wrap. If we want to do this, we got to figure out the 425. That's basically it, and there's some options for you.
I got Ryan's back on this one. Let's make it happen.
But we did kind of, it wasn't structured, but in the time that I was here and listening to the previous presentations that were here, the question did arise that I'm like, now that I'm really listening to your timeline and things, I do know Ryan and I were saying, if this City Hall police station is really going to happen, I'm like, you're going to need a place to stage.
Yes.
And as much as I obviously would love to see this parking lot transform into something as wonderful as it is, I would hate to, as you guys are speaking to using money wisely, I'd hate to put $1.5 million into a parking lot that probably is gonna have to be a staging area for some portion of this project, should this be happening in the next 2 to 4 years. I couldn't say for certain if that lot can really sustain itself for another 2 to 4 years. I can't tell you intimately how well that pavement is, but that is kind of
It'll work, you just park cars on it.
They sometimes fall apart, but we will hold it together if that is the.
That's a more recent development in the last couple hours that we're like, kind of listening to the conversations, maybe timing wise, this makes more sense to be strategic with everything else that's happening, so.
I like the concept. There's a lot of walkers in this area, and I think a lot of those things would get used, and I probably would anticipate seeing an increase of pedestrians and people coming into this area with those features and amenities. But to your point, we're gonna invest all this money and then, like you said, use it as a staging area. Maybe we phase it.
I think you could bid it with the project and have it the final thing.
What kind of power are you gonna put into that parking lot over there?
It could operate food trucks, it could operate rides, so hopefully we'd have a lot less generators and a lot more short extension cords. That's the goal with, at least that's what we were hearing would be a
And
great benefit to all
cable
those
ramps.
things. I can't say we'd solve it all, but we'd have a definite improvement.
Yeah, to build on that a little bit, I do know as part of our earlier study, he's not here tonight, but we did have someone kind of meet with city staff and look at the electrical capabilities of what's out there today. And I know he did some load centers and said, okay, this is the available power that we have between the ice arena and, the other facility. And he's like, and so I do know there was some information that was shared about, without bringing another service in, what can we physically accomplish? And they felt as though there was some pedestal powers that could come in. That wasn't thinking about the EV stations, because we were still some conversations about some of that, is we have to bring another service anyhow. So, but some thought has been put into just inventorying what is actually out here currently and how much power could we pull from that system.
So Ryan,
Yes,
we've been talking about the heart of the city and putting power in there. How much of it is done?
Dan, you can't play both sides of this.
Sure
You
I
had a
can.
concert in that
Sure I
parking
can.
lot
This
2 years
has been
ago.
therefore, that's a need that's been there for a long time, so.
this past year prior towards putting the holiday lights up, we modified it so that the receptacles on most of the poles are now at grade level, so we don't need ladders to go and fix our ground fault issues. Right now, out on Burnsville Parkway, they're working on the project to actually put in the new pedestals, so we have one per tree. So we expect those to be available for lighting this year on Burnsville Parkway from Nicollet to the bridge. So, then we are budgeting for every second year, every third year to make similar improvements throughout the district.
Okay. Just wanted to know what your plan was, because we're $1 million you need. So it's the 425.
Yep.
So I'm hearing that you guys are saying phasing it because we're focusing on City Hall and
It makes the
police
most
and
logical
others.
sense to me, given the priority that was stated tonight, to not do that and then tear up
And you-
the lot when you put all the big boxes out there with stuff in it.
Have to do it again.
And then follow up immediately with the same project and get all the cool things that this project could provide. It also helps the funding source challenge that we got there if we're gonna, it's all in the same.
And you're saying wrapping this cost, the 425 that's needed into City Hall and police project?
That is the second bullet, of which I would say makes the most sense from the Public Works Director's, in the Public Works Director's mind. We got someone more qualified behind staring at Greg, Greg's back,
I'm used to it.
to potentially weigh in if you'd like. My seat is available if you'd like him at the table.
Yeah,
Madam Mayor and Council, if I may, I don't agree with Ryan often, but I do agree with him in this situation. One of the things I mentioned
You guys
earlier
agree all the time.
is that, we, in the preliminary stage of the study, we did not engage the community much in their influence on this particular property, which does include what their experience is outside there. So I think by both delaying this, there's some financial benefit, but it also, we brainstormed what some of the placemaking space might look like, but we might get some influence from the community that causes us to adjust it slightly or change it and whatnot in a way that continues to make this a welcoming space and a place that the community can
So
embrace.
I'm hearing you supporting that, and I see you nodding your head.
I would,
Okay.
I would agree, Madam Mayor, that it makes the most sense to incorporate this into a potential police city hall project. I also agree with Garrett that with your direction tonight to go into pre-design in the police city hall project, we need to start talking with the community a little bit more, so we could get some good insight on this project as well, as we make better, more intentional connections with the
Okay.
community.
I know you said you had Ryan's back, so you're in on the phasing of wrapping this
Let's
in
just
with,
do it. No, we'll phase it in.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah? Kara? Okay, all right.
Okay.
Bob and Ryan?
We'll be working
You
very
have your
closely across the
direction.
team. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank your colleagues who all are supporting you on this one, on wrapping it up.
I'm always thankful.
Yeah. Okay, roundtable, okay. City manager, THC.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I am very grateful to Fire Chief Junman, who has spent the past week and a half covering for me as I've been out on medical leave. As part of that, he had agreed to just help facilitate a short discussion with the council tonight by way of update on what we know of the current THC law in the state of Minnesota and what we're doing about it from an operations perspective.
Okay, before we go further, it's 9:51 and we have a 10 o'clock mandatory adjournment. Members of the council, I need a supermajority to extend our time to 10:15, 10:30?
Yeah, I think our regular roundtable will go relatively quick tonight.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's gonna go real fast.
Okay, so,
Our reports, rather. Yeah, I'll
10:30.
motion.
okay.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. And now we can move on. Okay,
With that, Chief Junman.
yeah.
Talk all you want now, chief.
Take your
I
time.
think this is the second time I've been up against a mandatory adjournment.
Yeah.
recently.
Memory serves, that's correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brief us on our 3-2 pot.
Yes.
I never called that.
I like that. That's good.
You stole that.
Mayor, members of the council, honestly, we don't know a lot, so I'm not gonna provide you a lot of
Neither
new
does the
information.
state at this moment.
Correct. So we are convening staff and our city attorney tomorrow to brainstorm on this and identify questions and issues and start to really discover all the information we can on it. You've probably seen in the news, there are cities taking a very active approach to this. I was at the league yesterday for a meeting and they said they plan to have an FAQ sheet out in the next couple of weeks that'll help us, particularly on the zoning front, if we want to take any approach to that. But there's other issues besides, because I think the regulatory piece is what a lot of people think of right away. Are we going to regulate it in some way, create some sort of zoning ordinance around that? And we can definitely look at that and provide some options if the council so chooses, such as who can sell it and any type of licensing. Interestingly enough, the state put this under the Board of Pharmacy. So the Board of
You and
Pharmacy
I talked about that.
is the current regulatory environment. Sounds like it's gonna be a pretty passive regulatory environment, complaint-based only from a state perspective. And it does not restrict us from a local perspective at this point to regulate it. But there's two other categories of things I think that are considerable for us. One is the employment aspect, is what do we need to do as an employer to deal with the legalization of THC in the state, and what does that mean for us internally for policies and procedures? So that's one aspect, and I won't speak for Chief Schwartz, but there's definitely a law enforcement component to this, since we haven't had to deal with this from a broad legalization standpoint. So I don't know if Chief Schwartz has anything to add to that at this point, but
Madam Mayor, members of the council, just the compliance piece, so how are we looking at these in terms of like how we look at alcohol or that sort of thing? So what kind of compliance do we want to require? So that would be the big piece for us, and would
What
that
do
be?
you mean by compliance?
Like, would it be complaint, or like when we do alcohol checks, or we do tobacco checks, are we going in and making sure they're doing the things that they're
Selling
required to
underage,
do?
things like that.
What about like under the influence type thing?
Right, and I think that's like, yes, we have a lot to learn. I mean, sometimes this legislation, this is apparently how things get done sometimes, is they just pass this stuff and then we have to figure out how to manage it after the fact, so. And we've done that before and we'll figure it out, but I think there's still a lot of unknowns about, what under the influence is going to look like, and as we experience this, and obviously the concerns about youth getting, into these things that are gummies, which are gummies children eat. So, there's a
Yeah.
lot of things we have to think about that way.
And brownies and cookies
Yeah, so,
and beverages.
yeah, so just understanding all of that, we're still working.
Tasty little Reese's cups.
Yeah. Yeah. And THC, the body processes it differently from alcohol, so,
Yeah.
Boy,
It's
a
gonna
lot of
bring some
unknowns.
challenges of just understanding, like, what,
yeah.
is the state gonna look at that, or are things gonna change, and, but when you're under the influence, you're under the influence, what does that look like out on, operationally on the street, when people
Yeah.
are experiencing people that are driving, or, when we're going on calls and people are under the influence, will we be dealing with it in similar ways that we do now, or will there be, more guidance, or will we
Yeah.
just be doing this at the local level, so.
So, Madam Mayor and Council, we don't have a lot of answers.
Yeah,
as
I have
You've
nothing.
experienced, but we are working on it, and that's really kind of the update
Yeah.
is this is new to all of us, and, we hope to provide additional information to you relatively soon here in an update, and then if, as policy considerations, as we learn about them, we can pose them to you and see where we want to go,
Yeah.
so.
I think the benefit, Madam Mayor, to Chief Jumman's point, some of what Chief Schwartz was saying, we have our code review task force up and running right now. This obviously fits into some of that work. We'll update you. We'll give you the information that you need. We'll seek your policy direction, and I think that we have some real opportunities to incorporate into our current work.
And you and I have a meeting with MLC on this particular subject. I think that's coming up
Yes,
next
Soon.
week, I think,
Tuesday. Yep.
Tuesday.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's some more information coming out
Yeah.
that we're paying
And
attention to.
if I may, I don't think we're gonna have to get too rambunctious on this, because the state legislature is signaling that they're going to do a unified
Yeah.
licensing and all that kind of stuff. So, I would expect that
Yeah.
the next session.
Yeah. We're all just getting
So-
educated.
Yeah, I mean, and I realize that we have a lot of questions over it and that type of thing, but I think in short order, it's gonna be sorted out for us.
Do we know who can sell it now? Is it even-
Pretty much anyone can sell it
Anyone
now.
that can buy can just open up a little place and do it, okay?
You can go to the pharmacy,
Dan's gonna be hanging
a
out in the
bakery.
parking lot with his trunk open after the.
Yeah,
I don't need a trunk, I got a truck for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
yeah.
You
How
didn't
would
hear
you,
that, chief.
how would you do this for a vendor license, door-to-door vendor license?
go.
Just saying, know?
Put a little badge on and say, hey, I've been sent by the city.
But I mean, on a serious note, I do think,
It's getting late.
I do think the state is looking at, the legislature's already signaling that this is a priority for them in the first session, so
Yeah,
I think it's just gonna be shook out for us.
yeah.
I would add that this does add complexity to local policymaking and to our local operations.
Yeah.
It's why we're pulling together a cross-functional group, the leadership team's meeting this week to talk more about it. I want to make sure that each of our department heads has the opportunity to know about what's going on, to have a voice in our conversation, for us to get back to all of you with the information that you need to make any applicable policy decisions or not.
Well, more to come. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chief.
Welcome.
Enjoy your conversation tomorrow.
Yeah,
Should be interesting.
okay. Michelle, it's you, special meeting to canvass the election.
Oh, it's that time of year, and the primary election is fastly approaching. We will need to canvass on the third day after the primary, which happens to be a Friday, August 12th. It's always that painful Friday afternoon where you guys have to have a council meeting. And I say Friday afternoon, we could do it Friday morning, but what I've experienced is that over the years, with the early voting, the in-person voting, the election day voting and all of that, sometimes we can't get all the numbers to balance before noon. So we can always get them to balance by noon, but sometimes they're like not by 9 a.m. So that gives us a little opportunity to make sure everything is perfectly counted for. And if you looked at your schedules, anything after 1 o'clock, I think it would work if there's a preference.
Is that the 12th?
Yep.
Yeah,
You're
Friday the
gone.
12th.
I'm gone.
She's not here, you will be acting mayor.
Do you have a preference, acting
We got
mayor?
some good meetings coming up, too.
It's been about 6 years since I've had to run a meeting. I'm good. I just have a Lumineers concert at 5 that I have to be ready for.
Oh, and I can't come till after 5.
Well, then we're gonna have to pick a different day.
It has definitely gotten too late.
Yeah,
state is
yeah,
very
yeah,
specific.
I can come any time of the day.
And
Don't worry about
Kiwi
me.
is going to say, I can't
What about
come until
you?
after 5:30.
2 o'clock's we're good for
Then I
me.
can't, I'm not missing a concert to canvas.
No, what about 2 o'clock?
Well, she had made a good point. Dan usually can't do stuff until
Yeah,
after.
until after
We
5.
need 3
Yeah.
to canvas.
We need
Oh,
three.
well then us three can just do it.
So,
2
like
o'clock.
2 p.m.?
That's fine.
Yeah, and the thing is, you just need a majority.
It takes 10 minutes.
5 to 10 minutes, depending on
Yeah,
how
they can
much
pop in.
conversation you would
Yeah.
like to have.
Candace, Michelle gives you all the numbers and
On
everything.
that Tuesday anyways.
Yeah, we all are.
Okay? Good. Everybody, okay.
2 p.m.
Reports. You have anything to report?
I was gonna report, power in the parking lot for fire muster this year, but we're gonna table that till next year.
They couldn't have got it done that quick. So that's what that's all about.
That wasn't bitter, was it?
Oh, my God, no wonder you said you have
Get his
Ryan's back.
No kidding.
I have a league meeting tomorrow for, that brain's fried. I have a league meeting tomorrow that I will report on.
Policy
under
committee?
Policy committee, yep.
Okay,
Fiscal future.
okay.
Go ahead.
The only thing I have to report is August 20th for Art and All That Jazz, and we have Altizer as our headliner with Eric Marinthal, all Grammy Award-winning players coming into town, and it's gonna be a fun day. And it's free, everyone, it's free.
Yeah.
And they already put power in the nickel commas part, so we got that covered.
Kara,
Just putting up.
I was not at the last DVB meeting because I was still in COVID jail. Dan Gustafson, however, attended that, so if you could fill council in, please.
Well, the discussion was dismantling the DBB, and I got into a very prolonged discussion about, a lot of people didn't understand exactly what that meant yet. And so they've got a list about this long of things they have to go through before anything like that actually happens. So,
It's a lengthy process.
yeah, it's a lengthy process, it's
Yeah.
not going down
Yep.
well, so.
yeah.
Is
The
that,
joint powers already said what
What's that?
that means.
is
Oh, yeah.
that?
Well, the joint powers already says what it means, I know,
Yeah.
but
So,
some
yeah,
people
so
weren't paying
tomorrow
attention to
you'll be
that.
going, they'll be reporting back on what those items are and what the
There are
process
certain
is and
things, according to
timeline.
joint powers, you have to do if you'd withdraw, including the county.
Good meeting to fill in for Kara tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be there with
Thank
you,
you.
buddy.
We have the International Festival coming up on
Then it'll be
Saturday. And also this year for the mayor's reception, it's in honor of our staff for all of the hard work that they've done through COVID and all of this. So that mayor's reception is
It's nice.
geared to thanking staff. It's thanking them for their work. And, but we're gonna have a fun time at the International Festival. And, that's all I have, because we didn't, our, Savage Burnsville meeting was canceled, the last one, so that was,
I believe we meet again here in July, though.
that must be coming up. The CEO forum was very productive and very good, and thank you, Chief BJ, we had it over at, Fire Station 1, and, we had people online and in person, and, a lot of great, reports on how our businesses are doing, and our businesses are doing well. And for the first time in Dakota County ever, our unemployment rate is 1.4.
Oh,
No, we're like on the lowest of the state.
We
right
are,
now. Yeah.
that's
1.4.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's good. but
That's
people
so
are
good for
looking for,
employers, though.
for people. But there were some really
gonna be
good
hiring
things. The president of the Dakota Technical College and also Inver Hills connections of how they're going to help businesses to educate some workers. But they're going to use people from inside the industry to help teach. So, because they don't have teachers. So it was good.
Dropping like
Okay.
flies.
Greg, you have anything?
Nothing else, Madam Mayor.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome
Yes.
back.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. And we're going
Mac
to
does.
adjourn so you can go home.
Mac had her
Mac
hand
has
up.
one more thing.
Oh, you do? It wasn't on my agenda.
What, Max making us stay later?
Okay.
Go figure.
No, I just wanted to let everybody know that the Code Review Task Force will be addressing pawnbrokers, resellers, and sexually oriented businesses at the July 27th meeting this month.
She
Okay.
come sit in on that.
Do you have all of your election judges lined up?
I do.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. If there's nothing else, we stand adjourned by acclamation.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you.